I'll just continue with the present PPT and just explain about the background and all the theory about CPI for today. Maybe I'll take for 1 hour or something like that. And from tomorrow, we'll just get into the practical sessions. Okay.
Done.
Yeah, to start with, like we have already discussed about what is CPI and what are the advantages. So do you want me
Hmm.
to go through it again, or can I start it directly from it?
Yes, I think let's start from the scratch only because
Okay.
that was just a demo class and we were not actually into that kind of situation. We are actually just reviewing contents and all.
Yeah, got it. See, basically, like if you see, like the SAP CPI is nothing but it's a SAP's middleware technology. It's an SAP integration tool. So
Yes,
before going to SAP CPI, so if I want to tell about the, I mean, how this SAP has evolved, so I can tell you, like, if you would be aware, like, about heard about SAP XI, you can see my notepad, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you would have heard about SAP XI, nothing but SAP Exchange Infrastructure.
yes,
This was way back, like almost like 20 years back, 15, 20 years back. Okay.
correct,
This was the SAP's on-premise middleware tool. On-premise is nothing but we install a software in our local machine, be it a laptop or a desktop, and then we were
correct,
using it. It was called SAP XI 3.0. Okay, some
correct,
20 years back. And later, I mean, over the years, they developed the versions called SAP PI, which is the most commonly used terminology now. So if you meet with the people who are having some most like 20, 25 years of experience, people sometimes call it as XI also. Okay. And over the years, SAP PI came into picture, which is called process integration. Okay. The versions was called with 7.1. Okay. So here PI 7.1 was built on both ABAP stack and sorry, and Java stack. Okay. There were two stacks and two versions involved. So just like an ECC system, we were having all these T codes, everything we used to monitor.
correct.
You would be aware about this SXMB Moni, SMQ1, SMQ2, all these things. Monitoring everything we used to be there in this SAP PI version. It was having both the versions. Right then, back then, like all the ABAPers used to also work in PA and PA people used to work in ABAP since it was having both the things. So 7.2 was not having major versions and 7.3 was not having much major changes. And very major changes has happened in SAP 7.4, okay, which is called SAP PO. They changed the name and made into process orchestration in 7.4 version. What they did, they removed completely the ABAP stack and they built the complete PI into Java stack. Okay. From here on, people used to call, earlier it was SAP XI, this one. And later people started calling it as SAP PI. And then people started calling now as SAP PIPO. You would have heard about the terminology.
Yes,
So upcoming this, they made it as shortly as SAP PIPO. Ideally, it is SAP PO. They made it as SAP PO, PIPO. Okay. And now in the market, we have the later, I mean, the last version as SAP 7.5. That is also on single stack only. Okay. So what happens since all the market is moving to the cloud, and SAP has also thought like, okay, we should also have some middleware technology which will be running on cloud, and that is where they failed. In parallel to releasing this SAP 7.4, they also released a cloud version, cloud middleware tool. Okay, this is all these are in on-premise. So now coming to the cloud. So when running with the 7.4 version, way back like 6, 7 years back, they released a cloud middleware tool called SAP HCI. Okay, the full form is HANA Cloud Integration. So the first form of, I mean, the name will be like SAP HCI. Okay, and over the years, so they in like around 4 years back, or in the SAP decade, they named the SAP HCI to SAP CPI just for branding purpose, nothing else. Just to bring the cloud platform integration for better branding purpose, they made this naming change.
Okay.
Okay, so now some people call it as SAP HCI, some people call it as SAP CPI. Okay, SAP is very fond of like changing names very often. And recently,
Yes.
one an year back, they even changed the CPI name also. They didn't even keep it as constant. They changed the name again as SAP CI, which is nothing
Okay.
but cloud integration. But people are most commonly used to this name. Even I am used to this name as using it CPI, but it is no more CPI. It is just CI.
Okay. So in BTP platform also it's SAP CI in that case.
Yes, exactly.
So on the background it's a CPI only, but the naming convention used
Yeah,
is CI.
yeah, cloud integration.
Okay.
Some people call it as HCI. Some people call it. Most of the people, 90% of the people call it as CPI. And the people who learn now, they'll be used to this word called CI, cloud integration.
Done. Got it.
Okay. So if you remember here, I'm not using any version because it's a cloud. I mean, this complete HCI, CPI, CA, everything is built on cloud. So there is no versions involved here. I mean, versions are there, but we are not bothered about that. Okay, because everything happens in the backend. I'll tell you about the advantages and disadvantages. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about the evaluation of like how CPI came into picture or how CI came into the picture.
Got it.
Okay.
It's a complete evolution.
Yes. So now why CPI is getting this much boom or why it has become a hot skill? Okay. The first thing is when we discuss is end of the day it's business for SAP. So what they did for the last 20 years, so all the what is it, the big companies or the customers who has you know, used this SAP CI for their business, okay. So now they are declared that they are not going to release any other versions after the 7.5. Okay. This was almost like 4 or 5 years back. It's 3 4 years back itself. They declared that 7.5 that will be the last version, and there will not be any new releases for this SAP PIPO. And a
Mm-hmm.
couple of years back, they also declared that the end of this decade, like maybe like 2030 or 2029, something like that, they will stop supporting SAP PIPO completely. Okay. So here, one thing is, let us think you go to a X company and work in an X project. People will be still working in SAP PI, this one. Because they will not be upgrading to 7.4 or 7.5. Still, SAP will be supporting this dual stack. If you go to some other company, they'll be working on 7.4. If you go to some very big client, so I mean, who is good enough to invest money in the technologies, they'll be working on 7.5. Means like each time they upgrade, I mean, a new version comes into the market, they need to upgrade their tool, they need to upgrade their integrations, everything. You're getting right?
Yes.
So that is the biggest disadvantage while using this SAP
So
PIPO.
is there any mandate from SAP given to the customers like you have to shift to this CI kind of thing
See,
by this?
it's not mandate. They said like they will be stop supporting it.
Okay,
See,
the
already
support
they
will
have
not be
declared,
there.
yeah, they have declared that no versions. There is no 7.6 version. And they have also declared like, okay, very sooner or later, they'll be all, I mean, they'll be bringing down this SAP PIPO.
Okay, so there won't be any extended support also.
I mean, support will be there. I'm telling like sooner or later, all the companies who are using this SAP PIPO, they need to move to
Mm-hmm.
the other alternatives.
So, okay,
So now why
done.
they have created that? So the first alternative will be to use the CPI since it is
Got it.
SAP's middleware. And that is why we have a huge demand for migration projects in the market.
Okay.
Or like all the SAP PIPO integrations, everything, whatever they're doing, they want see it's like they will be the extensive, they'll be doing it, but end of the day, they want the customers to move from PIPO to CPI.
Got it.
Okay. And one disadvantage while using PIPO and one bigger advantage while CPI is, so when we, because I worked on PIPO also almost like for close to 5 years. Well, we are
Mhm.
working on SAP PIPO, like it is our completely our responsibility for the maintenance of the system. Means every alternate, I mean, once in a month or a weekend, we used to sit and cleaning up the system, maintaining of all the servers, everything, the basis team, all the people used to sit and doing the cleanup, everything. We used to do it. You call it as
Okay.
technical maintenance activities, everything of the system.
Okay. So that activity is
This
not
is in
required in
PIPO.
CPI.
That activity is completely vanished in CPI. So it is just like you
So that
subscribe to some
means
service, you use it.
so that means if there is any staging area created in that middleware for SAP PIPO till 7.5, so there is an additional activity involved with the team to clean all those uh, you can say
Yes,
backlogs or whatever it is.
yes, obviously, like to maintain
Um,
let us in the health check of the system anyway, every
yeah,
time
yeah,
in month once you need to do all this activity, it's a less extra burden.
got it.
So when you go with CPI, all these things got vanished, no maintenance, no nothing is there. You subscribe to the service and you use it. And the one more biggest advantage is, like I said, if you go for a different company, different projects, they'll be working in different versions here. But when you go with CPI, you go to any company, any project across the globe, they'll be working on the updated version only. Why? Because SAP updates the tenant in the backend without any downtime. You'll not have any downtime. All the features, just like how your WhatsApp will upgrade or your Facebook app will get upgraded. Similarly, CPI will also get upgraded without, our involvement. You
Got it.
close your laptop today. I mean, you finish your work today, and tomorrow morning, by the time you log in, you'll be seeing new features in your CPI tenant.
Hmm.
So that is the
Shit.
biggest advantage where the client is getting convinced. Means they will be working on the updated version till date. Any new feature, it will directly reach to the customer. It's not like, okay, now newer version has come, again, everybody needs to upgrade to that. It's nothing like that. Your integration will not be affected. All the features will come. It's up to you whether to use it or not to use it. And there will be zero maintenance.
Got it.
And that is where all this basis work got reduced drastically.
Okay.
Earlier, if you go to a project, there will be like 50 ABAP people, 50 basis people, and maybe 10 integration people. Now, what happened? All the 50 basis people work came to the maybe 10 people. All the work SAP pulled from them,
Got it.
right? So this is about the, I mean, just basic advantages about CPI or PIPO. And to tell you, PIPO is a finished product. It's like over the 20 years, like they have released a lot of versions, but CPI is still in growing stage. Means over the months, over the each releases, they're giving new features. End of the day, it's business. They'll not release all the features in one go. They will release step by step only.
Got it.
It's still in a budding phase. It's just like a growing product. It's not a finished product. We have few,
Yes, 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 yes.
we have limitations when compared to PAPO, and even SAP is aware on that. But still, they will release step by step only. They will not do all in one go or one shot. Okay, this is about like what is PIPO and what is CPI and why the importance of CPI is come into picture. It's like they created the importance. People would have worked both on PIPO and CPI, but unless until there is an external push or external push from the SAP side, the clients will not put the budget and move to CPI, right? So that is why they're pushing the clients slowly
Got it.
to
Got
move
it,
to
Karan.
CPI.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's
This
go to
this this kind of strategy actually uh, SAP has this strategy only in each every kind of product.
yeah. See, they want money. They want to make this
Yeah,
money. That's it.
exactly.
See, if
ठीक है.
people are subscribed to 7.1 version and they're working, let us think okay, you go to some healthcare industry, Johnson and Johnson for an example, I'm telling, they're working in 7.1. Okay, fine, they're subscribing, they're using it, even though market is having fast other advanced features also. They'll be working in 7.1 Aram say. So, but what they'll think, okay, let's bring them from to the CPI. They will declare, okay, we are not going to support you. Then forcefully they'll come to CPI. They'll get a lot of business.
Done.
Instead of going to some other middleware tool, they'll come to the SAP middleware tool only, which is nothing but CPI as of now. And that is first thing. And second thing, as you know, when as CPI came into picture, SAP also acquired these success factors, right? So CPI and success factor is just like integration is easier when you want to connect to success factors, when you want to do integration with success factors. CPI is the best middleware to integrate with success factors.
Hey,
Because success factor is also one, one of the biggest advantage where it has increased the CPI's importance.
we are having right now SAP ECC, and we are transitioning to S4 HANA. So most probably by July or August, we will be live with S4 HANA. And we have also taken the BTP along with that. So it's a rise with SAP on private cloud.
Okay.
Right now in ECC, we have lots of Z developments and integrations. Cross third-party integrations also available in that platform. But we haven't used any kind of PIPO or XI or any kind of middleware platform for the integration. We are just using the ABAP interface for the integration. So now going forward, we are looking for CPI as an integration middleware for S4 HANA.
Okay. You'll be having a lot of advantage. Once you explore that, you'll be having a lot of advantage while using CPI.
Okay.
But they have given, see, when they want to make business, when they want to make money, they need to make client roles in day-to-day life comfortable. They're giving a lot of advantages over PIPO, and like, at the end of the day, we want to connect to cloud systems. Like, if you're aware about OData adapter, which was not there in ECC days, it is there in S4 HANA.
Any compliance related issues are also there with SAP for this kind of integrations if we go with directly ABAP or CPI?
Compliance in the sense?
Any kind of licensing impact?
So CPI, they have different license for success factors and different license for, they have two different, this one, price bands. Like one is for a fixed band. So they give the service like irrespective of the message flow, you will be charged. You can process anything. Or if you want to use only for few integrations, that will be like a number of messages processed on the integration. Like it will be number of messages consumed or the fixed budget, fixed price.
Just a minute, Karan, just a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, Karan. Please continue.
Yeah, that's it. And let me start with this slide here.
Can you please make it full screen?
Yeah, I'm just checking where to start from. Not go to the architecture or all these things. Just a minute. And are you aware about BTP or hello?
See, I have an idea of BTP.
Okay. See, again, same thing, just like how SAP PI-PI evolved, just like how CPI evolved. The same thing BTP also got award. Earlier it was called SAP Cloud Platform, and then
Yeah,
they made it as SAP you'd have heard, I think, right? SAP Cloud
correct.
Platform, and then they made it as SAP BTP, Business Technology Platform, like
Platform.
bringing all the SAP's cloud technologies into one place.
Yeah, it's a
Be
kind
it
of actually SAP technical landscape. It's a kind of marketplace from SAP where you can access all the components under one roof. That's
yes,
my
exactly.
understanding.
Yeah, same, exactly the same. You're right. Like bringing all the cloud technologies into one place. All the S4, all the
Just like
UI5.
AWS or Azure, you can say uh, it's a completely a cloud platform from SAP.
Yeah, same, exactly. We both are on the same page. Same thing. So under BTP, we have this integration suite. They created a separate suite for integration, which is nothing but SAP integration suite. You can see here, you can just follow the cursor. Under BTP, we have this SAP integration suite. All these extension suite will be with the developers for UFI, these people, those people will do here. My focus will be on SAP integration suite. Under this integration suite, we have it here. Okay. Under integration suite, we have this open connectors, cloud integration, all these things. What is open connectors? I'll tell you briefly today itself. Okay. So here, this is where we'll be working, cloud integration.
Okay.
We'll be having API business, we'll be having API management, we'll be having open connectors, cloud integration. All together is called SAP integration suite.
So we are going to cover all these components of integration suite.
Yeah, major focus will be on cloud integration and fundamentals on API
Okay.
management and open connect.
So you will give an overview on all these components like API management, open connectors, but we will go in deep for the CI part only.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, done.
So, and what is open connectors? Before going to open connectors, so in CI itself, what SAP has did, so as part of automation, for all the standard SAP applications, be it S4HANA, be it Concur, be it SuccessFactors, all these systems, they have made a predefined integrations available to the customer. You would have observed in the demo I would have shown on that day. So whatever the integrations or for an example, an X client has developed a complex integration, and the same integration is developed by Y client, and then the successive client they're using they're developing same integration. So those integration, what SAP has did, they developed as a template and kept it ready-made available to us.
Okay.
Okay. And these they put it in a name called package. Packages is nothing but a folder. I mean, just like segregation. Okay, for success factor integration, they'll release 10 integrations. Over the time, maybe they'll increase it to 12 and then 14. So this keep on increases. As of now, we have some almost like 590 plus packages available. So the advantage of to the customer, to the client, to the customers which SAP is giving is, instead of starting from the scratch, you can just go and see whether you have the standard packages available. If it is available, you can directly configure and use it.
Okay.
Kind of automation kind of thing. If in
Okay.
case
And
you are,
yes,
yes, continue.
yeah. I think you are going to cover that part. In case if there is no standard package available, then what?
So then we do custom integrations. That's what we
Okay.
have: custom integrations, standard integrations. One is if it's exactly 100% same, you configure and use it. If it is not matched, you do a custom integration. If it is partially matched, you'll take it as a reference and you start working it. Instead
Okay.
of starting from zero, you'll be starting from 30% and 40% somewhere.
Okay.
So that is called standard integrations and custom integrations, which we do it in cloud integration. So now the question will be like, so now what about the non-SAP systems? So I want to connect to non-SAP systems, like I want to connect to Adobe, I want to connect to Google Cloud, I want to connect to Gmail, I want to connect to other cloud applications. So for
Yes.
those, what SAP has did, SAP has come up with a concept called open connectors. That is what if you see here, open
Mm-hmm.
connectors. So for all the non-standard non-SAP applications, SAP has come up with a topic called open connectors. So instead of developing from the scratch, they have set up a partial connectivity to those applications.
Okay.
Okay, again, you need to set up the connectivity. That is a secondary that anyway you need to do. But again, instead of doing all, instead of doing all these 100 steps, they have did at least some 30-40% steps. They have did it and kept it ready made for us. If you
Okay.
want to connect a popular cloud application which is available in the market, let us example, some new application has come now, like ChatGPT has come now. Still, it is not yet come now in open connectors. It might come in the near future. Near future, they'll just release a new feature there. You can directly use that. Similar.
Okay.
Okay. So
Got it.
these our standard packages, I said, that will be also be added time to time. They are on a periodic basis. Like whenever a new feature is coming, it will be updated periodically. Same applicables to open connectors also. Even that also will be keep on adding it. Like if you see it, like tomorrow, if I show the tenant, if the count is, just for an example, if the count is 150, by the time our training gets completed, the count will be something like 154 or 155, something like that. It keeps on increasing.
Hmm.
Okay. And now coming to the connectivity. The first thing is, okay, people might be in an assumption like, okay, SAP CPI is a cloud. So both the sender and target should be to the cloud. It's not mandatory like both the sender and target should be on the cloud only. CPI can connect to a cloud system as well as a on-premise system also. CPI can connect to an SAP application and CPI can connect to a non-SAP application also. That is where you're seeing it here. Non-SAP application and SAP applications also. So we can connect to any application, be it SAP or be it non-SAP. We can connect to any application, be it a cloud or be it an on-premise system. It is not mandatory like anything. We can go with anything.
Got it.
Okay, there is no any restrictions like that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's clear?
One
Yeah.
question, Karan. Let's say we don't have any open connector. We have one non-SAP application for integration, and we don't have any open connector available for that. So in that case, also we have to go with the custom packages.
Yeah, we go with custom packages and we discuss with the respective system, like which way they are comfortable in accepting the data. Let us say we want to post the data to that non-SAP application. So we will discuss with
Mm-hmm.
them whether they will expose an API or whether they'll expose it by FTP server or will they export any other service. Based on that, we get for initially at the project initial discussion phase, we just discuss, we get the inputs, and then we give our options, like what are the ways where CPA can connect, and when we come to a conclusion.
And if that particular partner of any third-party application is ready to provide us the connector for that, so can we deploy that connector also in
Yeah, we
this
can do.
platform?
We can create our open connectors also. SAP has
For
given that
that
provision.
thing, so if we are able to do that in this platform, do we need any kind of you can say SAP certified connectors, like any kind of SAP certification for those connectors from the partner, or it will be open for everyone?
It will be open for everyone, but again, as I said, you right, business. So they charge separately for cloud integration. They charge separately for open connectors,
Okay.
and that is why most of the people will not opt for open connectors, unless until they have a major requirement to connect to non-SAP third-party applications. Why? Because they'll connect in cloud integration itself. They can directly do it from cloud integration also.
Okay. Done.
Okay. Now coming to that, like how to connect to the on-premise system and cloud applications.
Okay.
If you see here, the concept, I'll tell you very clear concept. So cloud and on-premise. So cloud is nothing but a public, so where everybody can access, and on-premise is nothing but our private, which will be there in our local machine. Okay. So now just deviating from the topic. So for an example, we download something from in the internet. The first thing we do is we do a antivirus check. We do a download a movie, we download a song, we download a file, we check for any virus. Okay. Why? Because it is coming from a public platform to our private network. So, but the same thing, when we upload something to the internet, we don't do anything. We directly upload to the internet just like that. The same concept is applicable here also. So when the data is flowing from an on-premise to cloud, nothing is required. So no extra level of check is required. But the same concept, but the other way, like when the data is flowing from the cloud to the on-premise system, there is an extra level of security which is required, which is called cloud connector.
Okay.
You're getting?
Yes.
So when the data flows from the cloud to the on-premise, so on-premise system is not, no on-premise, the owner will not accept to expose directly their system to the cloud due to security reasons. And that is why the cloud connector will be established in BTP cockpit. So on-premise will be this configuration out of the on-premise configuration, the host name, etc., will be there in the cloud connector. And from the cloud connector only cloud system in the sense CPI here. CPI will be connected. Only when the data is flowing from cloud to on-premise. If it is the other way, nothing is required. Opposite way. Like on-premise to cloud, nothing is required. Concept is simple. Only when the data flows from public to private, security is required. From private to public, no security is required.
Okay, done.
Done, right? Yeah. So now the same concept I have said you just now, like SAP CPI, sender, and the receiver. Sender can be SAP system, non-SAP system, on-premise system, or a cloud system. The same applicables for receiver also, on-premise system and a cloud system. Okay, it can be any permutations and combinations. It need not mandatory like, okay, sender is SAP system, so receiver should also be in a system. Nothing like that. And the same thing, okay, sender, you're connecting to a file server. Okay, then it's not mandatory like, okay, receiver also I should go with the file server. Nothing like that. You connect with sender or something, you connect with receiver something. No restrictions. Okay.
Okay.
And here I want to tell you one more advantage about CPI. So when we were working in PIPO days, so the data, whatever the data which we are dealing with in PIPO days, when the data needs to process through CPI, so it was mandatory that the data should be there in a XML format only. It never accepted the data in any other format. Okay. So the data whichever passes through PIPO should be there in XML format only. But when
Okay.
it comes to CPI, so they remove that feature. Data can be in any format. It can be in XML format, CSV format. You can just type some random text and send it. CPI will accept the data.
Okay.
That is also a
That
major advantage. So the data format, they have removed that limitation in CPI.
here there the only source of data transitioning is through XML envelope only.
No, in PIPO days.
Only in PIPO, yes. Earlier
In
in
PIPO, the
PIPO,
data transition was should be there in XML only.
okay.
Like source and sender,
For PI
sender
for
and receiver should
CPI
be in XML.
for CPI it's open with any plan,
Yes, open.
any data.
Any format. So you can tell to sender, okay, you send me data in any proper standard format. I will accept it. We have the converters in CPI. We convert it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now this is the CPI on-premise to cloud integration, ECC, SAP PIO, the connector, which I was telling you. When you want to connect to CPI, we use the connector in between. On-premise to cloud integration. Okay.
Okay. So just tell me one thing. See, yeah, on this architecture, if we want to connect our ECC to CPI, okay,
Yes.
so we need a connector. Got it?
Yes. Like when the data is getting posted from ECC to CPI, nothing is required. But when CPI fetches something from ECC, then connector is required.
Okay.
Means
Okay.
you place something in ECC and CPI comes and pick it up, then a connector is required. Means from cloud some request is coming, then ECC will not allow some request directly coming from cloud to ECC.
Karan, our ECC right now is on HEC. It's HANA Enterprise Cloud. It's
Okay.
not on-prem.
If it is cloud, nothing is required. No, you can directly connect.
Then it's not required now.
It's not required. You can directly connect to cloud. See, cloud to cloud, no restriction, nothing. It's like the bypass, nothing. You can directly connect.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And here, the one which I was explaining you. So this will be a basic screen, the discover, design, and monitor. 3 simple tabs. The first tab, you'll be having all the pre-packaged content. The one which I was telling you, right? Automation kind of thing. So for all the standard systems, so standard requirements, SAP will be keep on releasing it. At the time of this PPT presented, it was 231. Now the count is something close to 600 or something. So that will be keep on increasing. So every common requirement, common systems, they'll be releasing. So these things, without our knowledge, will not be even informed. So that will be updated in the backend. And where SAP takes care of this completely. The same thing with design. All the custom, this will be our bread and butter of the day-to-day life. So this will be the place where we design the integrations, develop all the things. We do it in the design tab. Okay, you can see here, discover is a place, SAP pre-packaged content. Design is a place where we do this design, test, and deployment. And monitor is a place where we monitor these messages flown through this API. Fourth step is not that important. The 3 steps will be completely important. First 3, all the pre-packaged content in the discover, bread and butter, the design, all the custom development, like day-to-day developments will be done in the design tab. And the final one, whatever the development has done, and any messages which has processed through CPI, you can go and check it in the monitor tab.
Okay. Can you go back to? Can you go back again to that slide? So that settings, design, discover. Yes.
Yeah.
So in settings, it's mentioned that all the tenant settings done here. So tenant means whatever any kind of SAP or non-SAP applications we are going to integrate with them with the platform.
See, all those settings, everything will be done in the BTP cockpit level, not in the settings tab. In the BTP, the BTP platform, people call it as cockpit. Okay, do not get confused. They call it as BTP cockpit, like giving the users, restricting the roles, creating destinations, this cloud connectors, all these things. You do it in cockpit level. In the settings, only the transport mechanism we do it here. Like like we do it development in one landscape and testing, SAT, UAT, production, right? You'll be having 4 different accounts. So to move from one system to other system, so those settings we do it in the settings tab.
Okay.
So movement of our development from one environment to the other.
Okay.
So basically, we'll be having 4 environments: development, SAT or test environment, UAT or pre-prod, and then production. Depending on the budget of the client, they go with 4 or 3 or sometimes 2.
Okay.
And here, see, from BTP, we have integration suite. In the integration suite, we'll go with CPI or CI. Inside the CI, we create a package. Package is nothing but, I again said you, nothing but a folder. Or similar integrations, we create a folder. And under that folder, we create an IFlow. IFlow is nothing but, I'm just telling the technical terminologies, integration flow. In short, we call it as IFlow. Okay. IFlow is nothing but integration flow. Because shortly will be going forward also I'll be speaking it as IFlow. Okay, integration flows. Integration flow, nothing but an end-to-end flow. If you see here, this is nothing but an integration flow, right from the sender to CPI to the receiver. So one complete message flow from the sender till the receiver. This complete process, we call it as one integration flow. A message
Okay.
from the sender till the receiver will be called it normal layman language. We call it as one message flow. And technically, we'll be calling it as one integration or one IFlow.
Okay.
Okay. And in CPI, all the standard options, we call it as pallets. PALLETS. Whatever the
Pallets.
option,
Okay.
yeah, pallets. That is a technical term which SAP has they announced. So the whatever the standard options. See, CPI is more of like we want to use less coding. So as a CPI person, now what is happening in CPI nowadays? People are coming from different modules. Some people are coming from Java background, basis background, different backgrounds. So when you're working on CPI, the first our task is to go with standard integration if it is available. If it is not available, then you go and create a custom integration. If you're doing a custom integration, the first objective is to use the standard options available. It's not like, okay, you have some 10 years of experience in a Java background. You are very good in Java. As soon as you get an integration, you write a 200 lines of code. The requirement is done. You deploy to production. It will work,
Hmm.
but that is not recommended. So you
Okay.
need to use the standard options in CPI. Only when, see, we have the coding, we have the Groovy scripting. Only when this, the requirement is little tricky and we don't have any standard options available for that, then only we go for coding. But coding is a last preference
Got it.
because now
Just give
people
me
are doing.
a moment. Just give me a moment. Karan.
Yeah.
Yes, Karan.
Yeah, I was telling you, right? We need to go, the coding should be the less preference. So that is recommended
Ye-
by SAP also.
Okay.
Okay. So one more thing I need to tell you here is, so back then the PIPO days, we used to have a predefined pipeline steps. So any integration, we used to have a predefined steps. Everybody needs to follow those predefined steps. Like you don't need to worry about this. Like create a data type, message type, service interface, message mapping, operation mapping, inbound processing, posting to the client. Like there was a pipeline steps predefined by SAP. Everybody needs to follow to develop an integration. When it came to CPI, there is no predefined steps. Anybody can do, like we got a requirement. You may do the requirement in one way, I may do the requirement in another way. Just like the
Yeah.
coding. So everybody does in a different way. But the ultimate, the better way to use is everybody should use minimum number of palette options. That is first thing, and minimal coding.
Okay.
Because we have seen in day-to-day life people who are cross-skilling from the coding technology like from Java or something who's coming to CPI. Okay, they give the requirement. Okay, from the sender, you're getting this message to the receiver, you need to transform and send like this. Okay, they write some single code and then they finish the requirement. That requirement will be made, integration will work. But when it goes to the BI to the support stage, if some error
Hmm.
happens, it will be difficult to track. Unlike the pilot options, which SAP has given.
Okay.
Okay, even when you contact SAP also, the suggestion from SAP will be to use less minimum amount of palette options. At the same time, you to use the less coding. You need to use the coding, but only when it is required, not every time, because they'll
Okay.
not be aware of palette options. Even though they're aware of palette option, they feel like, okay, I am not going to use palette option. I'll write a code and finish it. That is not recommended. Even though it meets the requirement, it is not recommended in the long run.
Got
Okay, because even this palette option, they're giving palette option for each and every requirement. Whatever is possible, they're giving it all the palette options. Okay, these are all whatever you are seeing here. Sender is a palette option, receiver is a palette option, all this integration process for error handling, everything they have given in the standard palette options.
Okay.
I'm just showing you on a high level. So everything, if you see, this is the standard integration from the sender. Sender has been cut here. Sender, it's coming through a SFTP server, going to the end message. From here, it going to the receiver. These are all the palette options there. So you need to make you need to just make it like you'll be hearing about low code, no code, right? Similarly, in CPI also,
Got it.
SAP recommends to use the coding in a lesser way.
Okay.
So all these are palette options, like for starting the message, ending the message. So different things they have used it here.
Okay.
I mean, when the time comes, I mean, I want to show this all these things practically. So each and every palette option will be covered as part of our curriculum. You know, okay, each and everything.
Yeah,
I will
actually,
show you.
that will help a lot because
But I will cover
right now.
practically each and every palette option. So by tomorrow's class, I will get the tenant ready somehow, and then I will start with one IFlow, and I'll be explaining from the time to time.
Okay.
Okay. And
Yes.
one more option here in CPI is, instead of, I said I was in between, if you remember, I said like instead of sender posting the message to CPI, we can also go and get the message from sender. Means we can initiate the flow in CPI using the timer.
Okay.
Okay, you place files in some SFTP server, or let us think you are doing the S4HANA, you said, right? You have developed a OData service, you developed all these tables, everything, you kept the data ready.
Scheduling basically.
Yeah, I can schedule the integration. I will come to the your S4HANA system. I will get the data, whatever is required for me. It means like I will look into your system. I will select the fields. I'll get the data, and then I'll post to the actual receiver system. I can schedule
Okay.
it. So it's need not like, okay, sender should always post the message. CPI instead of sender, instead of pushing, CPI will come and pull the message from sender.
Got it.
We can schedule the integrations from CPI also, right? From starting from 1 second till 12 hours, we have this. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours.
Yes.
We have a lot of intervals.
Okay.
And time zone is across the globe.
ठीक है.
And these are all the, I was telling you about the palette options, right? So these are all the palette options available, like content modifier, converters, decoders, extractors, encoders, filters. Since because when we are convincing the client, okay, it's a cloud, everything we're dealing in the cloud. So the first task, the first thing question comes from the client is data security. When we are dealing with cloud, okay, everything is there, okay, there is, it's everything you're going to cloud. My data is completely sensitive data I'm going to send. So how are you going to do these security levels? We have encoders, decoders, encryptions, different level of authentications. We have many more like that. So data will be highly secure, just from the client perspective, I'm telling. We have all the options available within CPI. See, everything, all palette options, you can see it. Everything is by palette option. And I was telling you about the converters, right? We can convert from whatever the format they're sending, we can convert from one format to the other format. These are also standard options only. You use the converter, you configure the tool, the message will be converted automatically.
Okay.
That is what I was
ठीक है.
telling you. Okay, some people, okay, there is a CSV message, you want to convert into XML format, people write coding. They write a code which converts from CSV to XML. We need not worry on that. We just want to use the palette option and just need to be aware how to configure this. So the conversion will happen in the backend. We no need to worry on that. All the coding has been done
Reason.
on the backend.
Got it.
Okay.
Yes.
And all these are options. It's very, I mean, the options is I'm showing you, which all will be covered in the complete our classes.
Okay.
We have a very big thing. And the same with adapters also. We have vast number of adapters, but at least as part of the training, we'll try to cover as much as possible practically. Just adapters, at least theoretically.
Sure.
Like HTTP, mail, OData, what are this? Process direct, JMS. These adapters will try to cover practically. Success factors, all this will try to cover practically. So whatever is not possible, I'll give at least glance. So why and what is used. Adapters
Take it.
also, just like you said, like I said, like the standard packages, open connectors, even adapter. Adapter is nothing but it is which is used to connect to the external system, be it a sender or receiver. So now I'm communicating to you in English. So English is the mode of communication. I'm connected through Teams. So Teams is the medium of communication, mode of communication. I'm communicating to you in English. So similarly, from CPI, if you want to connect to a sender or receiver, you want to have some way to pass the message. It can be a HTTP, it can be a SFTP, it can be a OData, just like that. Okay, that is the adapter. Over the adapter, you'll find the data. Like it can be in a XML format, it can be in a CSV format, it can be in a normal text format, anything.
Basically, it depends on the protocol which you are using.
Exactly. It's not like, okay, CPI will monopoly decide which adapter we'll use. It's always a mutual understanding between the two systems.
Correct. So if
It's
we are
not like,
going with
okay,
any
I'm
kind of
comfortable with,
yeah, please
yeah,
complete
sorry.
yourself.
See, it's not like some people will be, see, now the recommended adapter to connect to S4HANA system is OData. It's not like, okay, I'm not comfortable with OData. I'm comfortable with RFC or a proxy. I'll be using this.
Yes.
It's nothing like that. So whatever is updated in the market, we need to use that.
Okay, done. So I was saying, like, let's say if we are going to connect with any kind of third-party systems, earlier we used to whitelist our IPs and make a communication channel between the third-party application and
Yeah,
the
it is
SAP
there.
application server.
It is there. It
So
is there.
that will be shifted to the CPI now.
Yeah, it is there. Let us think you want to connect to SFTP server. Normally, you connect with if they give the host name and credentials, you can connect it. But let us think SFTP server is having extra level of security, and they are not allowing us to post the files, or pick the files. So then our CPI address needs to be shared to them, and it should be whitelisted. Then only the handshake will happen. All those things. See, the whatever however the software industry works, so the IT industry works. That concept is same. Only the tool
Yeah,
is changed.
basics are the same only.
If you take
Only
PIPO
thing
and
is,
CPI, except message mapping, they changed everything, but the concept is same.
okay, got
See,
it.
PIPO guys, they need to learn CPI completely, but even the concept is same. They changed everything, the way of working, the way of tools, everything they changed. End of the day, concept is same. Connecting, getting the data from sender, posting to receiver, doing the transformation in between. This concept is there,
Okay.
but the way of working, out of 100%, they changed it. 90% they changed it.
The implementation technique is changed. The protocols are the prerequisites and whatever the artifacts is required. That is all same.
Yeah, exactly. And for
Okay,
Groovy
sir.
scripting, we need a basic knowledge of any coding is fine. Coding language, be it Java, be it C, C++. At least a basic understanding of coding is fine. You don't need to be a pro in Java. At least if you can understand what is what, that is fine. That is more than enough.
It supports
Anybody?
almost all types of languages.
Yeah, no, we will be, since CPI is built on Apache Camel framework. So that is
Uh-huh.
why we use Groovy scripting in CPI. Even though we have Java scripting and Groovy scripting, both options available in CPI, but almost I have
Uh-huh.
never seen people using Java scripting. We go with Groovy scripting. So Groovy scripting, it's like that language is more or less similar to Java.
Okay.
I said you that will be
It's
the
a
last percentage. Only 10% will be involved in your day-to-day life.
yeah. I
It's not
understood
like
that.
every day you do the coding. It will be like once in a while when your requirement is not met, you use it.
Okay. And can we embed Python scripts also in this?
No, we do not have that option.
Okay.
See, the what do you call the function and code, you can just take it. The logic you can take it, but you need to align according to the Groovy scripting.
Okay.
See, yesterday I said you right, the BTP cockpit, the integration suite. So this will be our
Yes.
main screen. This tab yesterday I also shown you, like the discover, design, and the monitor. Right? Yesterday we
Okay.
just discussed in the theoretical way, like what will be the discover tab and what is about the design and what is about the monitoring. To be precise,
Okay.
standard packages in discover tab, design tab we do the designing, and here we do the monitoring. Okay. So all the
Okay.
other new tabs, there are new tabs like if you remember yesterday I said you in the integration suite, we have other topics also. So what SAP CS did, so they are also combining everything into one screen. So that is why we're getting a lot of options here. So as of now, you can ignore this. At the end of the training, you will come to know what are these options. Okay. For now, you can
Okay.
just only focus on only the discover, design, and the monitor. Okay.
Got it.
So now here, let's go to the design tab first. See, this is the home screen. This will be a home screen, the integration suite. So inside that, I'm just going to the discover tab where we have the standard integrations. Let me show share my reload it. I'll just show you the what is standard integrations, how does it look like. So here, if you see in the discover tab, so these are the standard integrations. I said you read extra some 590 plus. So we have as of now we have 596 packages. Okay, till date. So here, if you see, these are all the packages. Packages is nothing but a folder. Inside this folder, we'll be having the integrations of similar functionality. Okay, or similar systems. I'm going to say. So for an example, you can see here when it has published. Also, we can see it, these all packages were published 1 day before, 2 days before. Likewise, we have almost 596 packages which has been delivered till date. This will be keep on updating from time to time. So if you want to check, for an example, I want to check some SAP field glass. I'm just typing randomly. Some system. So let me put success certificate. Why the search is not working? Okay, if you see, just type like this, you will get the related packages. Can you see? SAP Field Glass to SAP Success Factor Employee Center. Just an example. I just type Success Factors and Field Glass. So this was published almost 3 months ago. I'm just opening this. So here you'll have this. So you'll have this public when it was published and who has published, everything will have, and this will be your complete flow. This IFlow you can just configure and use if you're connecting between Field Glass to SuccessFactors CC. I'm just opening this IFlow also. IFlow is nothing but integration flow, as I said to you yesterday. Let me reload the screen. So you'll be having the related documents also in the next step. So why they have created, what was the purpose, everything, the related documents also in the standard packages you'll be having in the next step. Okay, this everything
Okay.
control will be with SAP only. I'll just open one
Okay.
iFlow and show you so that you will get a good picture.
So Karan, if see we do have our BTP platform available with us. Okay.
Yes.
So if I want to create my own tenant in that for the trial purpose.
Yeah, you can create it. I'll show you how to create.
Okay.
In the next other class, I'll show you, not today.
Okay. You will cover that later on.
Yeah. Okay, if you see here, this is the standard IFlow, which they have
Got it.
created. The complete design, everything, they have already done everything. It's a bit complex one. They have already done and kept it ready for us. Our job is only to set up the connection between field glass to success factors if our requirement is 100% matched. We can just configure and use it. These integrations, we call it as standard integrations.
Okay.
Okay, for all the non-SAP, for all the standard SAP systems, from time to time, they will be keep on updating. Even if they want, and there are some multiple requests from the customers that they need some updates to the existing integration also. They'll update the version and then they release it.
Got it.
Okay, this is a never-ending activity. So this keep on updating from time to time. And here you can observe 3-4 details here. The one is as for when they have published and who is the vendor.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be having sometimes third-party vendors also apart from SAP. And one more thing to be informed here is the mode. So few integrations will be configure only and few integrations will be editable. Okay. So here one thing we need to tell is, so suppose if you are using as it is, like we are just changing the sender and target connectivity details. So then what will happen? So the owner of this integration will still lies with SAP. So any future patches or any upgrades to this iFlow also will be affected to your tenant also. Will be implemented, I'm telling. If you're not editing the iFlow or if you have not changed anything in the iFlow. But in case if you have edited and changed a single thing also, then what will happen? The ownership will change from SAP to the customer listen to the developer, integration developer.
Can you
Let
repeat
us,
this point?
for an example, you are having
Yeah.
this iFlow, right? So here, if you
Yes.
see the configuration,
Mm-hmm.
just showing copy. Let me go to editor. I'll open another iFlow. We'll be having better. If you are going and editing this particular iFlow, it is not showing as of now. If you are going and editing this iFlow and changing some, at least maybe a partial development, you're changing something. So then that ownership of the iFlow will change from SAP to the integration developer. Then you will be
Okay.
responsible. So if
Okay.
anything in future, if I, for example, for this iFlow, if something they have changed something, some the advanced feature has come, they have changed it. So that particular feature will not come to your iFlow. Means you need to do it manually at a later point of time.
Got it.
If you have
Okay.
not changed, you have just only configured and kept in your tenant, everything is working, running, you move to production, all good. Okay. So maybe after down the line, 1 year down the line, some update has come. That update will also be applicable to your iFlow also, if it lies with
Mm.
SAP. The ownership I'm telling.
So can we download these iFlows also and create a copy
Yeah,
of
you can
that?
download. Yeah, see, if you copy it, if you, for an example, I'll just show you now. Just create. See, first thing I want to tell you is in CPI, since we do, if you click here, it will not create a separate tab. So that what we do in order to move across the tabs, like from one tab to the other tab, we create duplicate tabs, like right click and
Okay.
duplicate.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I click here again, I cannot go back front and back. I cannot do like that. So now I'll show you.
Correct.
This is one. You cannot download directly from the standard Discover tab. You can download from the Design tab. Just go to the next tab. As of now, just for I'm going to Design tab. See, I just created a dummy package. Just now I was creating. So I created a dummy package. Nothing is there. So now if you see, just close the episode, there is nothing. Only there is a package called test. Now I'll go back here and I click on copy here. What will happen? From the Discover tab, from the standard iFlows package, it will come to our tenant. If you see now, just refresh the screen. That particular iFlow will come and sit here. You're getting? So here you can download it.
Okay.
Here you can download, you can just export. It will be downloaded directly. It's downloaded. It will be directly downloaded. The complete package.
Okay.
Here. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Karan.
Yeah, I think I lost it. Okay. So I was telling you about how to get the package from the design discover tab to the design tab. So whatever design present in the discover tab, that lies with SAP. Okay. Whatever present in the design tab, that is with respect to our tenant. So when you just click on copy, that will come to your design tab. So the monitoring or the, whatever the IFlows you need to develop, design anything, as a standard or custom, everything will be in the design tab only. Even if it is present in discover tab also, you need to copy it, then it will come to your design tab. Then here you can change it.
So
Change
that
in the
means
sense,
discover contains only the library.
yeah,
If
exactly.
I have to do anything beyond that, it's a view only basically. Discover.
Yeah, it's
For
a
any
library.
changes or any editing, we have to come to designs.
Yeah. If you found something like in the library, like standard IFlow is there, you can pick it from there. Picking in the sense, you can just click on copy. Just right on the top right, if you just click on copy, it will come to your design tab. In the design tab, here, I'll tell you what is all these things. You will just configure the details, the sender and receiver, then it will work. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is about the standard packages. I want to show you the screens. Okay. So in the first screen, this is, let me go back. So this is all about the standard packages. So next will be a design tab. I have already shown you. So this will be design tab. I created a dummy package, and everyday job will be working on this design tab only. I will show you in detail this one. Let me go back one more step. So the discover tab, design tab, I'll create one more duplicate tab to show you the monitoring. So this is how we work in CP. I'm telling you again, just create a duplicate tab so that you can easily move across the screens. Otherwise, if you are working on a single screen, it will be difficult. Every time we'll be moving front and back because we do not have the link kind of thing here. Like if you click on this, it will not create a separate window. It will just move to
Correct.
in the same screen. It will move. It will be very difficult. So
Correct.
now go to monitoring. So this is the place where we monitor the IFlows.
Okay.
This is a completely monitoring screen. This is the place where we monitor the IFlows. This is the place the packages everything. In design tab, this is the standard packages everything. Okay. So
Got it.
now three simple screens. One is for standard packages. One is for our design screen. The other is for monitoring. Okay. So now we'll
Yes.
just create a single sample package and show you what is what. Okay. So
Okay.
just creating a package. To create in the package, just go back to the, go to the design tab to the complete top right. You can just click on create. Package is nothing but just a folder.
Mm-hmm.
Just putting CPI training. You can just put this package is for training, something like that. something, just put a make something, just clicking on save. So then what will happen? A package has been created. Package in technical term is called package. So normal terms we call it as folder. A folder has been created. It is editable, and the description, the created date and time, who has created, version, everything will be here. Now we go inside the package. Okay. And top right, we just click on edit. And here click on add and create the integration flow. Just click on the integration flow. Here you click the test and just create a one first type flow, test underscore one, add. Okay, so one IFlow has been created. If you just click on this will be your basic first. As soon as you just open the window, you will see this screen. It means like we have a sender, we have this CPI here, this rectangular box is called CPI. We have this receiver. So this sender and this receiver is a virtual sender and virtual receiver. It means whatever the details you connect to the sender, that will, let us say you're connecting, giving the details and connecting. And then this will act as a S4 HANA. If you're connecting to a field success factors, this will act as success factors. If you're connecting to a third party, this will system will act as a third party. Means this sender or receiver is, it's just like a virtual. It will act as virtually. Okay, whatever the details or whatever the connectivity we give, it will behave just like that.
Okay.
Okay. So now
Yes.
just if you see on the top right, we have edit, configure, deploy, delete, all these options. I'll tell you one by one. For now, I'll just click on edit. If you click on edit, I was telling you yesterday about the list of palette options, all these things. I'll show you.
Yes.
So now starting with here, if you just click one,
So
I mean,
we in this screen in this screen we are having three palettes. One is for sender, one is for receiver, and one is for integration process.
yeah,
Correct?
yes, exactly. If you see
Okay.
by default, you'll get this one. If you want multiple senders, multiple integration processes, you can go and get it from the top. So I want to show what is what, so that we going forward, we'll see it in detail. So starting with here,
Okay.
if you just click here, it is called participants. You'll have multiple sender system and receiver system. So you want one more receiver system, just click and just come here and just one more click on the white space. You'll have one more receiver. Suppose you want to send the same message to multiple receivers, you can bring as many receiver systems from here. So these details, all the sender system, receiver systems will be present in the participants. Okay. And just delete this as it's not required. If you want to delete it, just click on that one and then you can just delete it. Respective palette, you can just click and just delete it. So participants, you'll be having it here. And the second one, we call it as process. If you see, this is the integration process, right? That lies in second one. Apart from the integration process, we have local integration process and also exception sub process. You let you know, I mean, you'll understand when the respective topic will come. And after that, we have this start message, end message, error, end event, all these things. So if you see here, we have already, these are called start message and this is called end message. It means the whatever sender sends the message, it will enter it here at the start message. From after this step, it will leave the CPI. The entry point to the CPI will be start message and exit point will be the end message. Okay, for the standard integration, I'm telling.
Yes, yes, got it.
Okay, so all these events will be here. We'll explain each and everything when the related topic comes. And if you see this arrow mark, we call it as connector. If you see this one
Okay.
also, I mean, there is a connector here. If you see, I can delete this one also. The line which you connect from one palette option to other palette option, you call it as connector. Just a drag and drop. I'm just, if you want, just deleting it, right click delete. Just again click on this start. You'll see this arrow mark, everything. Just click on this and just drag to the end and then stop.
Okay.
Okay. You'll have this connector. And delete this one. And here you'll see this message mapping, operational mapping, XSLT mapping, ID mapping, all these things for mapping kind of thing. Only this message mapping part is common from SAP PI-PO and CPI. Other than this, then there is nothing common in. I mean, there'll be questions like people who are having PI-PO background, will have an advantage. Nothing that like that. Only the concept will be the same, and only the one advantage limited is this message mapping topic. Other than this, nothing is common. Okay, this message mapping is exactly the same with right from the XI days, PIPO days, everything is same. Only the UI changed, the user, the front end and UI changes. Rest everything is same. It like just I want to tell you like they have segregated related palette options into one by one, like all mappings into one. So again, if you see here, all the transformations you'll be having here, right from content modifier, converters, decoders. If you open converters, you'll be having a series of 6 converters. If you open decoders, you'll be having another 4 decoders. So all these options we'll be covering one by one. Okay, encoders and scripting here you'll be having Java scripting and Groovy scripting. So most probably we'll be using Groovy scripting only.
Okay.
This with transformations and the calls, you'll be having external calls. We will be having 4 options to connect to the external systems. And local calls, nothing but when we want to connect internally within CPI itself, we have 3 different calls. And here, if you see, I'm just showing like what are the options for our route the message to different points. We have aggregators, gathers, joins, multicasting, routers, and splitters. Even in splitter, we have different options.
Hmm.
When it comes to routing is done, sorry. And security levels, we have encryption, decryption, signer, verifier, all these things.
Okay.
When you want to run the data persistency level, we have a temporary database kind of thing where you can store the data, all these things. You can write the data, store for a period of time, and then get the data from CPI, like a temporary database kind of thing.
Staging
Or you
area, you
can,
can say.
yeah, staging something kind of thing. And you can write some variable, store some variables, and do all these things, persistence, all these things, you can do it. Ideally, data stores,
Okay.
it's not recommended to store in the CPI, but if at all, if you want to store something, okay, it is mandatory. We do not have any option. Okay, data must be stored in CPI at any cost. Then we can use this option.
Okay.
We can store the data maybe for a month, 2 months also we can store, and then we can just take it from CPI.
So generally that means one iFlow contains one part of integration. Is it
Yes,
okay?
one iFlow is one integration from one sender system to one receiver system. We call it as one iFlow.
So let's say if we are going to integrate any third party solution with SAP, and they have that partner had delivered us, let us say, 5 APIs, different APIs. So
Okay.
we have to create one tenant and 5 iFlows in that package.
Sorry, come again.
So let's say the partner gave us 5 APIs. There are 5 REST APIs available from the partner. Okay.
Okay.
And we have created one tenant for that in this integration suite. In that
Okay.
integration suite, we have created one package also for that particular integration. In that particular package, we can create 4 or 5 iFlows for all to consume all those APIs.
Yes. We'll be creating 5 different iFlows. The package you can create it same because that is same client or same
Yes. So
customer.
package will be one,
Yeah.
and we have to create 5 different iFlows in that package so that all the APIs will be taken care of.
Yes, exactly.
Got it.
So let us think it's 5. Or for an example, you have some 20 iFlows you're having for 20 different
Yes.
APIs, for an example.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
instead of putting all 20 into one, you'll find similar functionality. Okay, 10 are having a certain different functionality, and 10 or other 10 are having different functionality. Then you
Yes.
use segregate. Okay, 10 iFlows in one package, 10 iFlows in the other package.
Okay.
It doesn't matter like if you create all the 100 iFlows in one package also, it doesn't matter. It is just only for our segregation. It's just like to go to directly to that package.
It's all about the how you follow the approach,
Yes, exactly.
how structured you are, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, to be precise, it's like the structure, making it in a structural way.
Correct.
And even for package, naming convention, everything will be there. You
Mhm.
cannot go and
Is there
create.
any naming convention also given by this SAP?
No, no, nothing given by SAP. It's up to the client and customer.
Okay.
because they cannot create their own names, right? If 5 people are working in the project, 5 people cannot create their different names. You can put some meaningful names with respect to the client.
Correct.
Like as soon as they see, like nobody should go and research some documents. So it should be in a layman language. If anybody sees the package name, they should be it should be easily understandable. All the basic information should be there. For an example, even if they create an IFlow, now I create test one. Instead of that, what do you create? For example, sales order. I mean, maybe the RISF ID. For an example, C100 underscore sales order header underscore S4 underscore some IVM ACI. For that, you'll know, okay, this is the RISF ID. This is the integration name. Okay, this is the sender. This is the target. Everything will be there in the IFlow name itself.
Correct.
And even in the description, if you see in the description, they give, ideally I have not given the description. In the here, if you see here in the description itself, we can give.
Correct.
Like you can give a 2-liner description. So why this IFlow was created, so that other person in this will easily know. If a new person joins also, it will be easily understandable.
Okay.
So this is all about, I was telling you here, right? Till the data stores, persistence I was telling. And again, this is validation file. So all these things will be there. And we have the simulation or kind of things without running the IFlow, all these things. So now to start with, I'll just say, so whatever we create, we have two things here. One is to save and one other is to save as version. Since we are working in cloud, so it's always recommendable. Either you do save or you do it as save as version. You need to keep on doing it on a periodic basis. Otherwise, your changes will be lost.
Okay.
Okay. It's better to do a save. If you do in a save, it will be in a draft state. If you do it in save as version, it will be 100% saved.
Okay.
So save as version, or there's a simple difference. You'll be also aware. We can move across the versions from one to the other. I'll show you what is for that. So after you do the save as version or save, so you need to deploy to the cloud. Then only the IFlow, whatever the changes you did in your tenant will be applicable. If you see the top right corner, you have this deploy. You need to click on the deploy. So then you will see test IFlow success. You'll got the pop-up, right? On the top also you can see deploy status when it is deployed.
Okay.
So this should be started. I didn't do any changes. I have not created anything. But even before you do, after you do any changes also, it should be deployed after everything is done. So that state, you can see, just click on somewhere in the white space. Here you'll see the integration flow. Okay, just drag it up. At the last tab, you'll see the details. So who has deployed, when they have deployed, everything. Whether it is in green or red. If it is in green, it means like no errors are there. Okay.
Okay.
And whenever you are deployed, the other tab I was telling you, right? In the monitoring screen, if you go back, so now it is 15. Now if I refresh, now since I have deployed one more IFlow, it will be 16. I'll show you.
Okay.
So it will be 16. 16 in the sense, all the IFlows deployed in the tenant will be present here. Not only by one person, like all the persons, all the things deployed in the complete tenant, irrespective of package, anything, everything you'll be seeing in the list here. How many IFlows has been deployed? It's not like how many IFlows has created. Creation is different, deployed is different. Only when you deploy, it will be visible here. As of now, in this tenant, 16 IFlows has been deployed. This is all right from the moment data is created. So here I want to tell you, just like the other one, here I said you what is what, right? So even in the monitoring screen, the first row will be for monitoring of the messages that has passed through CPI. The second row will be the messages that has been deployed in the CPI tenant. The third row will be the securities, saving the credentials, certificates, keys, everything. Each and everything we will discuss in detail, okay?
Okay.
And the fourth one will be a temporary storage, maybe data stores, variables, queues, all these things. You'll be having storing. If you want to store something in CPI, you'll be having it in the fourth row.
Okay.
And coming down, you have this access logs, like if any log files you need. And the last two, the message log. If you have somebody has logged your iFlow, you'll be seeing it here. If you just click on this, our iFlow will be seeing CPI training. Since we have already opened it here, it is just showing here that the package is logged by me. Okay. And the message consumption, this was added recently, in a couple of months back. You'll see the complete messages which has been consumed in this tenant.
Okay.
Okay, this is about the monitoring screen. So over the classes, you'll be seeing like one by one. So as of now, you can remember the first row will be the message which has been processed. The second row will be the message, the iFlows which has been deployed in the CPI tenant. Okay. So now this is the first one. So I'll not just click on edit. I just create some basic thing and not say do anything. Just if you want to click on this, okay, connect to any sender system to CPI, just click on sender. You'll get three options. One is information. You'll not have anything, or just participant. Nothing will be there much there. And you will have a connector and delete. If you click delete, it will be deleted. If you click on the connector, just click left click and then drag to the start message and just drop it. Okay, I'm telling you again. Just click on the connector, drag and drop on the start message. So when you drop this on the start message, you will have the list of adapters available. Adapters is nothing
Okay.
but the mode of communication. I said you yesterday, the mode of communication, like how we need to connect to the CPI
Yes.
system from the sender. So you'll be having very big list, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Very big list of adapters. It will be keep on updating. We can select, I'll just select the most familiar use, the HTTP. So for all the APIs or everything, we use the HTTP only.
Yes.
I'm just building one iFlow. I'll just show one basic thing. A receiver also, I'll just use this HTTP only. I'm just giving some basic details.
Yes.
I'll tell you what I have given later. I'm just setting up a connectivity from source to target.
Sure.
So now I'm saving one more version. So whenever you save like this, if something pop up, immediately after you save, this pop-up appears, just like we do the code compilation in coding. So this pop-up appears, the red into mark you see, right? It means like something blunder has happened, some mandatory fields where we have missed it. If you just
Okay.
scroll on here, it will show some authentication is required. It is not showing. Okay, just without fixing this, it will not deploy into the tenant. That is the issue. We cannot deploy it. See, if I want to deploy now, it will throw an error.
Karan, please give me a moment.
Yeah.
Yes, Karan.
Yeah. See, now even though if you deploy it, it will not work. Click on deploy. See, validation failed.
Validation failed.
You see. Now if you go back to the screen, if you refresh here, you'll be seeing it in red. So it's not even come here. Okay, it failed here itself. Sorry, it failed here itself. If you want to see such things, the same thing, just click on the white space. Earlier I said you about deployment status, right? all the deployment, everything. You can see it if it's successful. If you want to see any issues here, major issues, I'm telling, click on the problems tab. It will just show you here. I'm just
Okay.
coming from the bottom right. So the
Okay.
first I said you about if it is successfully
Self
deployed everything, it will be
certificate.
here. If it is
Certificate
problem,
issues there.
it is asking for some authentication. Just click on
Yes.
go to connection. We are given authentication client certificate. It is asking me. All these things will discuss later. So I'm just putting it as none. Just to deploy it, nothing else. Okay. I'm not connecting to any server. I'm just putting it abc.com. That's why.
Okay.
So now if I click on save or save as version, it will be saved. Now if you see there is no red, now everything is fine. This is first level of checking. Okay, no blunders has happened. Then the second level of checking will be in the deployment page. See, almost like first 2 levels of checking with it. First, as soon as you save, any errors will come. Those errors you can see in the problems page. First thing. And after you deploy also, certain times you'll find certain errors. We'll come to know, like whenever we do it, you'll see what errors we're getting. So then the second errors will be start appearing here. As of now, there is no errors. You'll see it error. If the IFlow is not deployed successfully, you'll see the respective error here. Okay. And
Okay.
finally, we process the message. When we process the message also, you'll either if it is successful or failure, you'll see it here. You can see the count, all the messages, failed messages, retry, completed, everything.
Okay.
Okay. So now with this iFlow, now let us take a step back. Go back. If you see, I have already created a test_1 integration flow. Now 3 versions it is there. So now I was telling you about the version mechanism. So why do we
Yeah.
create the what is the advantage? Now if you click on this
Yes.
version, I can move from one version to another version. Can you see this is the resource created first version. After that
Okay.
1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So on top of that also, sorry, I forgot to tell one thing. We can, while saving the version, we can add some meaningful comment. Let me add it. Just clicking the save as version. Just into an iFlow. And then deploying it. So whenever we're adding that meaningful comment, it will be easier for us to navigate to the versions easily. So now how it will navigate, I'll show you. Go back to the CPI training. So now you click on this version. So now if you see, you can see the whatever the meaningful comment we have put. Yeah, initially, as soon as we create the iFlow, and just open this, create the iFlow, you will get this one. So then after that, whatever we do, maybe every day, whatever you do, you can create and you can put a comment for that. So that next day, either you can move front or go back. See, now we are here, right? I created some HTTP, all these things. If you want to go back, I'm going to the first version. Just double click on this. Click on OK. See, from 1.0.4, I've come to
Okay. So we have
1.0.0.
restored the earlier version.
Yeah, the basic version. Now nothing is there. Now
Okay.
again, I can go back. I want to go back to the fourth version. So directly I can jump. You can jump from anywhere to anywhere.
Okay.
In number of times, you can jump from here and there. Like from 30th version to 70th version, 70th version to 50th version, again 50 to 100th version, you can do anything. But you
Okay.
need to remember whatever the version here, so now it is showing as fourth version. Okay. But if you go and see here, it is deployed. I'll tell you. Okay, now if you see, here it is version number 3. But if you go and see in the deployment screen, it is version number 4. Okay.
Yes.
Here you need to remember is messages will flow only on the deployed version.
Got it.
So
The
you need to
deployed
deploy
version
this.
will be the active version.
Sorry, deployed version will be the active version. Even though you play around back and forth, front and back, nothing will be impacted on your iFlow unless until you deploy it. So only when you deploy it, then only it will change. So if a message is already processing, it will process now on the 4th version, 1.0.4, not on the 3rd version.
Not really. Okay.
Okay, this is about the version change. I'm just reverting to 4th version. So now second thing about the actions. So if you want to delete the iFlow, you can delete it directly. If you want to copy the iFlow, you can just create a copy. One more copy. I mean, iFlow is already running successfully, and you want to do some changes to that. Instead of touching that iFlow, you can just create a copy. It will be copied in the same package instantly. You can do the changes without affecting the existing one.
Okay.
Later, everything is done. You can delete it, or if you don't want, you can just simply delete it. Okay, and that is second thing. And one more thing is view metadata. So in the view metadata, the first option will tell you, we have multiple options. Now I'll tell you one option. So for example, just now I was telling about the naming conventions. Okay, somebody has not followed naming convention, they have created it. Yeah, I mean, after a while you
Current
recognize.
screen is not refreshed. Now it's giving me the this artifact screen. Test
Yeah,
one copy.
good.
Okay.
Same. So if you want to change the name of the iFlow, then you can click on the view metadata,
Okay.
edit. Here you can change the name of the iFlow as per, I mean, whatever you want.
Okay.
It's not mandatory. Okay, you say you do it on the same time. At a later point of time also, you can simply change the name according to the naming convention which the project is following. At any point, you can change the name without existing the functionality of the iFlow. So that is with respect to view metadata. And if you want to download the iFlow, just simple. Just click on download, download. The complete iFlow will be downloaded successfully as a zip file. Okay.
Yes.
And configure, I'll tell you. Configure is nothing. I mean, theoretically, I'll tell you. I'll show you practically in for the coming classes. So configure is nothing but without. You'll be aware, like in production, it's not recommended to have the edit access. I mean, we'll not be having the edit access. But certain times we need to change some parameters a little bit frequently. So it's not. I mean, every time getting the CR changing, it will not be. It will be very tough job. So that SAP has given this configure option. So where we can configure. I mean, we can externalize some parameters as a configure parameter. Like without having the edit access, we can change some parameters from outside of the iFlow.
Okay.
So maybe some connectivity details or some username, password, or such things. You can just configure and keep it ready. So in
Correct.
future, maybe the target system password got changed or something keys got updated. So then the key name you need to change it. Since you'll not be
Correct.
having the production edit access,
So
again you
if
cannot go and do the transport mechanism.
okay.
So similarly, you can just
Like
go and do the
like
configure.
in case any kind of basic authentication changes or auth token gets changed, then in that case we have to go to this option.
Yeah, it's always recommendable to, I mean, we do the explanation for all the sender and receiver connectivity. For example, the timeout you have given as 60
Mhm.
seconds. So
Okay.
it is taking larger than expected. You need to increase the timeout, but you don't have the edit
Mhm.
access. Or even though you do have the edit access, it's not recommended to use go and edit the iFlow because the version changes. Again, all the controls, reports, everything will be affected. So then you can directly configure it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is about the configure. And finally, deployment. Either you can deploy from here or you can deploy inside the iFlows. Both are same. Deployment inside, deployment outside, configure. Both are same. Okay.
Okay.
This is about just, I mean, the basic thing I'm telling. So one iFlow, how to just sender and the receiver, and how to create the versions from one version. Like you can move front, you can move back, you can do all this kind of things, and actions you can do. And here I want to tell you, see, just now we uploaded one iFlow, right? Created one iFlow. We can just directly, if you're having an iFlow in some other tenant or something, you got that iFlow in a laptop or somewhere, you can directly upload that particular iFlow also directly. Upload, you just download. I'm just uploading that iFlow. So, and when you're uploading or when you're creating the iFlows, this ID name should be unique in the tenant.
Okay.
Since earlier we already created test one copy, right? So we need to create
Yes.
another one. I'll
Okay.
create as test 3. Now it will work. So name can be, it is fine. This ID should be unique in the tenant. You can directly add it.
Correct. Correct.
You can directly upload and download the iFlows from anywhere to anywhere. Downloading just as a file. Download as a zip file, it will be downloaded. And you can go to any tenant, any package, anywhere. You can directly upload it.
Okay.
Okay. So this is also the transport mechanism, which most of the people are using right now.
Okay.
So why? Because SAP has given the CTS transport mechanism, where when we have the transport mechanism, we'll be having one more option. If you see as save export, we'll be having one more option called transport here. You can transport entire package or iFlow, anything like that. So when you do the transport, it will go to the BTP cockpit, and from there, the basis people they import it to the higher environments, like from dev to SAT, from SAT to U8, and UAT to prod. So this is an
Okay.
extra cost from SAP side. So that is why most of the clients are not opting for this service. Few
Okay.
clients are opting for this, and few clients are not. So whoever is not opting for the service, so what they are doing, they're manually downloading and manually uploading the files in the iFlows.
Okay.
So this manual download and upload of the iFlows is nothing but file transport mechanism.
ठीक है. Done.
So CTS transport, file transport. So file transport is nothing but manually downloading and uploading. So one biggest disadvantage is we will not have control over the internet. That is the biggest disadvantage. Cost wise, okay, client will be fine, but we will not have control. When we are going with CTS transport, we will be having the control. So without anybody's knowledge, nobody can move to the production. So we'll be having the control completely on the tenant. But when we are using file transport, everybody will be downloading, uploading the versions, they'll be mismatching. So you see in the production, it will be version number 50. You go in the development, it will be like version number 40. It will be ulta. Like people will be directly doing in SAT, people will be moving to production directly. They'll be skipping UAT, they'll be skipping in development.
Okay.
They'll be playing as they wish. They'll not follow the sequence. Okay, I need to do the development and then to SIT and then to UAT, because day when they might do. So when the time is not permitting them to do, they'll directly do it in SAT. Okay, version is done, move it to prod directly. So the other two environments, they'll skip it. There is high chances of having different versions of the iFlow across different tenants because of this file transport mechanism, when we do not have the control. Whereas CTS, it will be having a sequence. Like from dev, it will go to SAT, and then from SAT to pre-prod, from pre-prod to production. So everything will be sequenced, everything will be structured and organized and controlled way.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's go back to our iFlow. This is the first iFlow. I'll just remove this adapters. I'll just start with timer and I'll show you. Okay. So at least for first few classes, we'll not deal with receiver. So we'll deal with sender and CPI, or inside CPI only. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just remove this receiver. Either we deal with a message coming from the sender to CPI or within the CPI itself. Both the things will be checking. So let me start with within the CPI first. So within the CPI, if you want to enable within the CPI, we will use this. Let me check. 1 second. So for now, I'll just remove this save. I'll just go to here, bring the timer. Okay. Just drag this and drop it on the end message. So for any palette option from any palette option to any palette option, you need to just drag and drop. So from timer to here. Okay. We'll drop it here. So as of now, I want to explain about the postman from the postman, but I'm just seeing it. I do not have the credentials. I'll get it. Okay. So just getting a content modifier and just place it. See, just getting the palette options also. Get the here and place it here. So just drag and drop. Then drop means
So
you
that
need to drop on the
means
line. You need to drop on the
that
line.
means you are now going to configure an iFlow where sender will be the postman.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, done. Got it.
Not now. Maybe after a break. I'll get the credentials.
हाँ
I'll
ठीक
take
है.
a break.
Okay.
So now what I'm doing,
Sure,
I'm just
sure.
scheduling within the CPI itself. So that I'll show what is what. Okay. Within the CPI, I'm just scheduling it. Saving. I'm not given anything. I'll just pass some message here. In the body, something I'll put it as test. Okay. Within I'm now what I'm doing within the CPI, I'm doing nothing else. Okay. I'm just saving it as a version. And then deployed it. Click on OK. Now it is successfully deployed. Now if you go back to the other screen, just overview. Just now if you see earlier it was 0. Now we can see one message got successfully processed. Successfully processed in the sense in the iFlow it got processed. Even though we didn't give source and target, it processed within CPI from here to here. That is what it is showing here. Test 1 message process successfully processed.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be having the message ID, correlation ID. What is correlation ID? I'll tell you in further classes. For now, message ID means you can just click on this message ID, just Control C. If you want to bring that message directly, if you give it, I mean, if you have 1,000 messages or something, if you give directly the ID, message ID, that message will come out. It means like a unique ID for that particular message.
Okay.
Okay. And we have the retention period of, I mean, certain tenants have 90 days, certain tenants of 30 days. After till 30 days, I mean, since a trial account this one, till 30 days only these logs will be present here. So normally in whatever the access which SAP gives to the customer, these logs will be present only for 90 days. After 90 days, CPI will not store any logs.
Okay.
So why I'm telling you here is, so normally business will come maybe after a week or month, they'll come. Okay, they'll come. Okay, this message was supposed to be processed on so and so date. Now it has not reached. So then we'll go and check and we'll let them know. Okay, this was successful or this was failed. So that future will be there only till 90 days. If
Okay.
somebody is coming and asking, okay, there was a message which was processed in last October, can you go and check? We cannot do that.
Okay.
Okay, we have a retention policy of 90 days.
Got it.
Okay, this is for then since a trial account, this is for 30 days.
ठीक है.
90 days, that is for all. Completed, fail, everything, anything will be there. After that, we will not have a track.
ठीक है.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clicking on edit. I'll click a start message. I mean, before start my edit, I mean, I just shown you. I'll just come to timer again. Since I'll just go to the postman. Just clicking to the start message. I'll have the list of adapters. So I'll just give some unique parameter here. I'll let you know what is this. Okay. And just save it as a version. And then deploy. See, every time you do any small change also, you need to deploy it. That should be the practice. Because most
Okay.
probably people common do the mistake is they do the changes, they save it as version, they'll forget it. And then they'll be keep on working, it will not work. And then they'll realize, okay, I didn't deploy it. Unless until they deploy, we need to see the practice of time here. This time it's now it is 259. Okay, 259. Wait, it's come back here, go to overview. Now again I have deployed, right? Coming to the deployment screen. To just refresh it here. For test 1 iFlow, I have created a HTTP adapter. If you see, for a HTTP adapter, if you give one or 2 minutes, an API will be generated. Using that API, we'll be posting the message from CPI. So since you are aware about Postman, it will be easier for me to also tell. So we will just post that, put the API here and then post the message. I will tell you once, let us just come. Yeah, you got the API, right? So this will act as an API. Okay. And endpoint URL got generated. So this is nothing but the CPI host name till here.
Okay.
Can you see here? If you see in the top here, right from BO
Got it.
100.com, it will be
Yes,
here,
yes.
followed by the adapter/adapter, and followed by the unique ID which I gave in the iFlow. Here, if you
Got it.
see, I gave /test55, that will be followed here. And this ID should be unique in the tenant. So since I have used test55, so this ID cannot be used by any other iFlow in the tenant.
Okay.
So normally we give the RISF IDs, all these things. So I can just copy it here, go to the Postman and put it over here. Okay, in the authorization, you need to give the basic authorization.
Okay.
Here, this credentials is not working. I'll just get the other one. So when you post the message, that message will enter into CPI here. So this endpoint URL, this will act as an API to enter into the CPI. Or anybody who's having access to post the message to this URL, they can post the message. As of now, for our training, we'll be using the Postman as a sender.
Okay.
It means like, if you go to the HTTP adapter here, in the just maximize this. Here in the CSR protected, this is enabled. So this is nothing but cross-site request forgery. It means SAP is making sure, so all the third-party applications, anything, it's just restricting the third-party application from posting the messages to CPI. So just clicking on it on the top right and just removing it. Because of this, we are getting the 403 error.
Okay.
Just unchecking, save as version. Okay. And then deploying it. Clicking on OK. We need to make sure it is deployed. Then only changes will be there. Now it is deployed. Going back to Postman, clicking on send. It is 200 OK.
Yes.
Okay. Now if you see, just go to overview. Just click on here. We got the two messages. At 3:15, the message got processed in 8 milliseconds. Okay. So here, I mean, this is how, this is a HTTP adapter. I'm telling you, maybe I'm a little bit fast. We're just connecting from the sender by using a HTTP adapter to connect to the CPI. We are not connecting to any receiver system. So as of now, we are just doing the connection between, at least for first few classes, we will be doing only the connection between sender and CPI. Only when we are familiar with CPI or all these things, then we move on to the receiver thing. Okay. So the iFlow is from sender, CPI, receiver, right? But we are just focusing on the sender and the CPI only. Okay. So here, if you see, I put in the content modifier a message called test. Okay. And if you are observed in the Postman, I'm not sending any request. Okay. The request is blank, but still I got the response as test. So why? Let's not go a step forward. Let me delete this. Just a minute. I'm just skipping the topic. I'm just go back a little bit step back. I'm deleting this also. Okay, it is deployed. Now go back. So now see, I'm just clicking on send again. Now I got a blank message. I'm sending blank, I'm getting blank. Now I'm putting it as test, or I'm putting it as CPI. I'll click it send. I'll get it as CPI. So whatever I'm giving, I'm getting it back. Did you observe? Same thing. If I put it as CPI 1, 2, 3, 4, just clicking on send, I'm getting the same. Okay. So why? Because if you see, and now just refresh, I've given multiple triggers, right? So 5 messages has been processed. Mean from sender to CPI. Okay. So here, so why are we getting like whatever I'm giving, why I'm getting back? I mean, this is why I'm getting same response back. So here the concept is, so by default, CPI architecture is, it's in a synchronous mode. Means whenever you're connecting to from a message coming from the sender, if the message, whatever the message has been left to the end message, so that whatever the message has been left to the end message, that will be sent back to the sender system at the back end. Okay, we don't need to set up a separate connection. See, I set up the connect. I mean, I put a connection setup from sender to CPI with the help of Postman. But for the response, I didn't set up a connection. But still, I'm getting the response. So why? Because
Yes.
whatever the message that reaches to end message, that will be visible in the response message. Now, be it Postman, be it any external system. So what the message which hits the end message, I mean, in between this line, if you just follow the cursor, in between the start message and the end message, you have a lot of, I mean, you do a lot of transformations. Okay, when you do
Yes.
the lot of transformations here, so the whatever the transformed message is the end message, that message will be sent back to the sender as it is.
Okay.
Means you'll get a major advantage when you deal with the synchronous scenarios.
Yes.
So synchronous is nothing but a request, a reply. You send a message and you get a response back, which is synchronous.
Yes.
Asynchronous, you send and you forget, or you simply call it as
Yes.
fire and forget.
Correct.
So when you're doing fire and forget, it doesn't matter. But when you are want to send the response back to the sender system, then this will help.
Correct.
Okay. So that is why. So whatever you're sending to the end message, that is coming. So now we didn't do any transformation. The message is entering here into CPI. So no
Mm-hmm.
transformation. The same test is getting hit here. So that is why it is visible here. Same thing.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. As I said you yesterday, so in CPI, you can send XML, you can send JSON, you can test CSV, you can just put some random text also. It will come. It will just, I'm putting random text. It will just say, I'm just clicking. You'll get the same
Save the
response.
format.
So format is non-mandatory. It's not specific. You can send any format.
Okay.
So this is about the, I mean, since you know more about Postman, so the HTTP URL test is coming to CPI and it's coming. So now let's do a very small transformation using a content modifier as a first topic.
Okay.
So content modifier is like a bread and butter of an iFlow. If you see the first one, like without this option, there will be no any iFlow. 90% of the iFlows, you use this option. Okay, there is a last, I mean, the topic is simple, but the usage is more. So the name itself is suggests it is used to modify the content of the message. Content
Mm-hmm.
modify. It modifies the content. So what I
Correct.
will do, I'll just go here, put here, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something. Okay. I'll just
Yes.
save it as a version. And then I'll deploy it. Okay, it's deployed. I'll go to Postman. I'll click on send. So now what is happening? I'm sending as test, but I'm getting the response as test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
So what does that mean means? So whatever you send to the content modifier, so see test is coming here. And whatever sent to the content modifier, at the content modifier level, this is getting the message content is getting replaced by whatever is mentioned in the body of the message.
Okay.
So here in CPI, the message is processed from block palette to palette or block to block. You can just follow the
Okay.
cursor. From this is a postman. From postman, it is coming here. I mean, test is the message is test. It is coming here. The moment it entered into the content modifier, the test message got replaced with test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Okay. And then it
Yeah.
went to the end message. Means the end message means whatever it got hit here, that will be replicated in the sender system response.
Okay.
So that is why test you're seeing test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're seeing it down.
Okay.
For an example, if you leave empty, I mean, let me explain theoretically first. I mean, the message header exchange header property is a separate topic. I'll explain you today, most probably today itself. Now we are dealing with message body. Okay. In the message body, if you leave empty, okay, you're not mentioning anything. If you leave empty, so whatever is processing here, that will be passed as it is to the next step.
Okay.
Okay, if you leave empty, even though you leave a dot, okay, that dot only will move to the next step.
Got it.
The dot only will move to the next step. I'm just clicking on send. I'll get a dot.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. If you leave empty, that will be, I'm just leaving it as empty.
Now test will come.
Yeah, exactly. Now test will come. Okay. So leave empty, that will go. That is fine. Okay. Whatever you change, that will be there. So let us think I want an addition to that message. Okay. I want something to be added to the incoming message. Means
Okay.
addition to the test, I want to add some CPI training. I need the source message. I need the both. Okay. Let me
Okay.
get. Okay. I want some JSON message for an example. I put some small XML message. EMP. Something like this. I'm just creating. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping like this. Okay. Simple XML message. So I'm sending, I'm getting it as this. So to this, I need to add something called CPI training or something I need to add at the bottom or at the top. Okay. So now how will be that be done? So now I want to tell you is, so CPI is built on Apache Camel framework. And as a result of that, we have few Camel expressions, which will be used in the day-to-day life. Okay.
Okay.
Hardly 4 expressions we are having. So the one important expression is, I'll just put it here, dollar, flower brackets, in.body. Okay. What it will do means, it will bring the message which is present at the previous step. It is not any constant. Whatever is present at the previous step, it will bring it to that point. For
Okay.
example, if I put dollar in dot body, just putting dollar in dot body, I'm saving it as a version.
It will be the
Input will
same message.
yes, exactly same will happen.
It will
So
act as
what is
an empty
happening?
message body.
No, it will see. If you see, we have used dollar in dot body in content modifier. So what is
Okay.
present at this tip? If you see, follow the cursor. What is present at this tip? What is this? This sample XML message is present. So that is present. It will put it here. The same will be sent it to the receiver. So no change. If you just click, no changes
Okay.
happen. It means
Correct.
either you leave empty or you leave dollar in dot body, nothing happens. No transformation.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Instead of that, if you just go to edit again, go to dollar in dot body, just you can do any transfer. Okay. I'll just put it as CPI training. And then I'll use dollar in dot body. Just save as version.
It concatenates.
Yes, exactly. It concatenates both. And dollar in dot body is not a constant. It will just add step by step. Just go to the postman. Just click on send. I'm getting both. This is the message
Correct.
which I have added in the CPI content modifier. This is the message which is coming from the input sender system.
Correct.
Both are
Correct.
concatenated. So that particular concatenation, we can do it in the content modifier. It's not like only this feature
Any
we have.
any library for these camel variables?
No, we have a very big list of, you can Google it. But most commonly we use 4 expressions. I will tell you. 3 expressions only.
Okay. Okay.
Very frequent in day-to-day life, we use 3 expressions. In addition to this, we have 2 more expressions which you need to remember. Other than that, which be very rare that you'll get it in online. I mean, in the help.sap.blogs,
Okay.
help.sap.com, you'll be having those camel expression. We don't need to remember it because it will be once in a blue moon. Okay.
Yeah.
So now going back. So apart from this, we have header option and property option also. I will discuss in detail after this body is completed. For an example, click on edit. Here, if you observe in the body, you have two types here. I'll be explaining each and every option. In the type, if you see, you have expression and constant. Since you are given this expression, it should be in expression only. Then only it will bring the message which is present at the other step. In case you
Correct.
give constant, system reads this as a, it will not read as an
Text.
expression, it will read as a constant.
This will read it as a text only.
Yes, you will get $in.body in the output.
Yes, yes, yes. Got it.
Just close in. You
Yeah.
will get like this.
Yes.
Why? Because you made the system misread it. Okay, you read it as a constant. So it went wrong. Okay, now you click it on as an expression. Just click it here. CPI training body is fine. Okay, now it will come. So now the one more the thing I need to tell you is, so it is not mandatory like you need to use one content modifier, nothing like that. You can use as many content modifiers as you want. You can use 5, you
Okay.
can use 10, you can use 50, it doesn't matter. Depending on the requirement you use. I will show you
Okay.
like what is the functionality, like how it progresses. I'll use some 4 content modifiers and I'll build an iFlow and I'll explain. So what I'm doing here, I'm just concatenating step by step so that you'll better understand, even more understand like how this $in.body works. So this is I'm coming here. So here I'm adding a $in.body.
This exercise will be more useful in case of troubleshooting the iFlows. I think so.
Yes, exactly.
Got it.
So now in the content modifier going again. So here again I'm calling $in.body. Okay. Here I'll put it as some testing. Okay. I'll put one
Yes.
more content modifier. I'll go to here. I'll put it as $in.body. Plus first I put something. Okay, deployed. I'm going to Postman. If I deploy now, what will happen? I'll get a complete list.
Yes.
It's just like concatenating step by step. So for an example, at the final step, if you just remove this $in.body, only this first iFlow will go to the next step. It means
Yes.
$in.body is not a constant. It means whatever you use in the $in.body, see here, it took the $in.body is the message which has come from the Postman. But here, the $in.body is a message which has come from this content modifier. The output of this content modifier is the input of this content modifier. Similarly, output of content modifier 2 is the input of content modifier 3, and so on. You're getting?
Can you please open this content modifier too?
Yeah. 2.
Okay. Now here you
$in.body.
mentioned $in.body testing. Can you go to Postman, please?
Yeah, this is what in the content modifier 2, this got added.
So
Initially, $in.body is
we have given an input as that XML template. Okay, for the first name as current. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Now after the completion of first content modifier 1, it will give the output as CPI training till the AMP. Right?
Yes, yes,
Now this will go as an input to the second content modifier.
yes.
So the output of the second modifier will be, okay, it is giving the third modifier complete code. Okay.
See, this is the output of first content modifier. It goes to second content
ठीक है.
modifier
Got it,
and
got it,
testing
got it.
gets added. This will go to this
Got it.
content modifier 3, and this will get added finally.
Got it.
And that's it. I mean, this is how you play. I mean, not only play, like you build a knife. Like it mean
Correct.
here it's not like building everything in a single day. Like block by block, palette by palette, you just keep on building the message. So you'll
So
be
can
having
we,
okay.
by any mechanism, can we see all these content modifiers output in the message body?
That's what you're seeing, right? All this content modifiers.
But that is coming as a content modifier three output because it's already concatenated. Can
I will
we?
tell you. You want to see step by step, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
I will tell you that. So just saving it as a version. Let's move on to that one. We have two options like to check that. One is standard approach, one we have plugin. Plugin I'll tell you in the next class. For today, I'll show you
Okay,
about standard process. Just
okay,
go to this page, this overview, go to the integration content, test one. In the log level, just click on trace, change trace. Okay, what is trace? I'll tell you. I'll tell you this topic after we finish this one.
no
After
issues, no
enabling
issues.
after enabling the trace, just push the message, same message again. You got the output. Now, when you go to the message processing here in this step,
Okay,
now you see almost 16 messages, 16 times we have triggered today. Just click on
mm-hmm.
this message. If you just scroll down, you will see this logs and trace.
Yes,
Just click on this. Now you'll understand clearly. We need to wait for 10 seconds, so it will be reflected. The IFlow will come here.
okay,
You don't need to do anything, everything will be reflected. Now you will see the step by step how the message got processed. If you see that blue color envelope means, it means the message got processed from here means successfully. By any chance, if you see red color envelope somewhere, it means
mm-hmm.
it has errored out at the particular point of time,
Okay,
point of step. I mean, if there is an red envelope here, it means at this step the message got failed. Okay. So here the messages processing will be from left to right. So this is the sender
mm-hmm.
system. Message entered, under modifier one input, output, again input, output, input, output. Okay. To the left hand side, if you see this, so here we need to check the message from bottom to top, not from top to bottom. Okay. This is HTTPS 1, 2, 3, and finally the end message. So when you click on the HTTPS, we do not have anything. Just click on message content. Payload. In the first HTTPS, you will not have anything. The second HTTP means it is entering into CPI. You will have the payload. So this is what.
Mm.
What happened? Just a
Okay,
minute. 1 minute. Let me correct it. It's showing something. Okay, you can just see it from here. There's a bug here.
yes,
Okay, from the first content modifier, we are sending this one.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
and before telling you, I want to tell you here is, so whenever, so the output of this message, if you want to see whatever the transformation happened in content modifier 1, you can see it in the content modifier 2. Okay.
correct,
So if you want to see whatever has happened in content modifier 1, you need to see it in the next step. Whatever happened in
correct,
second step, you can see it in third step.
correct,
So
correct,
that goes on. So once the
correct,
first step, if you see the message content, it is as it
correct,
is. So content modifier 2 means we have added a simple line, CPI training.
correct. Got it.
Okay, that will go on. So now let us backtrack the message. So now whatever happened is content modifier 2, I will go to the content modifier 3. You can see this has the testing has been added now. So whatever has happened in content modifier 3, I'll go to the end message. this the first IFlow has also been added.
Correct.
So this is the output which we are able to see it in the Postman.
Correct.
Clear, right?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
So this is how you check the trace. I'll tell you what is trace after this. So you see after you enable the trace, you can see the message from left to right and here from bottom to top. So whatever has happened at first this step, you need to see it in the next step. We cannot, no need to worry, okay, seeing it here, the transformation is not working. Every time you need to see it in the immediate next step. Then only you'll be able to know.
ठीक
Okay.
है. Yes.
So here, the trace will be visible here. In the message, if you click here, drag down, you'll be seeing in the logs. That log level is there, right? You need to click on the trace. So now coming to how to enable trace, what is the trace, everything. Let me create one more tab, duplicate. Just go to this monitoring screen. This, okay, remember, to see the trace, we need to see it. To enable the trace, we need to go to the integration content. To enable the trace, mean integration content. To see the trace, you need to see in the message processing. To enable the trace, click on here. Go to the particular iFlow. Scroll down. So here in the log level, you'll be having list of 5 options, starting from none till trace. So by default, it will be there in the info mode. So as soon as you deploy, so as a standard, it will be in info mode. Means you'll be having
Okay.
only the information details. If you see the message also, you'll not have see this. Let me go back. So this is in info mode. Log level is info. You'll not have any details. You cannot see any step-by-step details. Nothing you can do. Okay. That is in info. By default, it will be in info mode. So whenever, like you asked, I want to see like step-by-step processing, how the message is processed, or I want to debug it in detail. So then what you do, you go and enable the trace, just clicking like this, and then you need to push the message. I'm telling you again. So you need to push the message, enable the trace, and then you need to push the message. It's not like you enable the trace, the logs will be captured. After you enable the trace, only your message should be pushed.
Correct.
Okay. So, and here, one more thing to remember to keep in mind is, so this trace logs will be there only for 10 minutes of time. So within that 10
Okay.
minutes, you need to push the message. If you see, I have enabled the trace log at 340. If okay, it's appearing as log level trace expires at 350. Means within the next 10 minutes, it will expire. Means it will go back to info mode. If you see, after expiry, the log level switches back to the info mode.
Correct.
Okay. And this is first thing. And second thing, okay, 10 minutes, that is fine. Okay, I'll enable the trace at 340. Now I'll push the message. So I need
Yes.
time to analyze this. Now it is 5 options. Okay, it's fine. If it is 20 options, I might take some time to check where it has gone wrong, where to fix this. Okay. So
Correct.
for that, SAP has given 1 hour of time. Till 1
Okay.
hour, that logs this functionality you see, all right? That log functionality will be there. This functionality, you can check step by
Okay.
step for 1 hour.
Okay.
After 1 hour, it will you not be able to see. If you want to see again, if you want to unit enable trace, again push the message. No other option.
ठीक है.
Okay. Trace functionality for 10 minutes and log functionality for 1 hour. Logs.
ठीक.
Okay. And
Got it.
after none and trace, we have, sorry, info and trace, we have none. None, if you click on none means the messages which is processed in the tenant will not be visible in the monitoring screen. If you want to do some secret testing or do something, okay, nobody should know about your testing or something, you can enable none so that none of your messages will be logged.
Okay.
Means either failed, success, nothing, you'll not be knowing. Okay, I can show
ठीक
you
है.
that also. Because this sometimes by mistake people enable the none and they'll be keep on telling, okay, messages are not reaching CPI, nothing is working. And
Okay.
then they go here and then realize, so somebody has switched on this one.
Hmm.
This has happened. This one, if you see, none I have put, right, for test one. Now I'll go to the postman. I'll trigger 1, 2. 2 messages are triggered at 344. If I go back here, logs. See, at 344, there is no message.
Yeah.
Then
Got it.
there are multiple escalations also happen. This might be funny, but whenever it is switched to info, then we'll tell, okay, see, message sender is sending, so message has not reached to CPI. Unless until we
Okay.
go and see there. Ideally, it would pass through CPI also, but there is no logs in either success nor fail. Nothing is there. Okay, little trick. Okay.
Check.
And error things, whenever it is in error, it will trigger. For debugging, we trigger on debug. The other 3. So 5 options will be having in log level. None, info, error, debug, and trace. By default, it will be in the info mode.
Check.
The most used functionality are info mode and the trace mode. For checking the step by step, we go for trace mode. That is the only option, the standard option. Other than the standard option, we have one more plugin that I'll tell you in next class. We can check here itself, but the standard option is to use the trace and push the message. Okay, that is about the trace functionality. Now coming back to our IFlow content modifier. So I have used 3 content modifiers. I have used the expression. I have used the constant, all these things. Now it's done. Now coming to header, property, and body is done, right? So let me check if I have anything left to say here. Expression and constant is done. Okay. So body, that's it. Like either we do with $in.body or we deal with message. If you want to add anything, you can just add it. If you want to say put a detailed expression also, you can just put it, and you can deal with expressions. Whatever the expression is, body is present, it will go to the next palette option. That is with per body. In general, there's nothing about the name. You can change the name according to your wish. Okay, something like this, adding properties or something. You can change it. It's not mandatory. Like you put only content modifiers.
Okay.
You can just put a meaningful name. I just put it as adding body, something like that. Okay, you can put a meaningful name so that by seeing the name itself, it will change. Not only for this content modifier, for anything, you can just change the names. For sender also,
Okay.
just put it as postman. From
Correct.
anything, you can just put it. In the
Got
real
it.
time, maybe like everything is in S4 HANA, you put it as S4 HANA.
Check.
Okay, so this is about the body. Now coming to the most important thing, the headers and the properties. You can listen carefully. This is most important thing about the headers and property. So normally when we send a message, in addition to sending a message, we also have an option of sending the headers and the properties. In addition to sending the message, we have also an option of sending the headers and also the sending the properties. So what is header? What is property? What is the difference? I'll tell you clearly. So header, if you observe the postman clearly, instead of and apart from sending the standard, I mean, the message here, we're also sending some standard headers here. The back end, it's
Correct.
not visible here. You can see 10 headers. It's
Yes.
hidden. These are all called headers. These are all the headers
Yes.
which we are sending in the message. These are all
Very
10
good.
standard headers. If you just drag up here, this is body. This is the standard 12 headers which has been received in Postman as a response.
Correct.
Some cache control, date, XPath, pragma, everything. These are all the standard headers which has been received in Postman. This is about
Yes.
headers. Okay. So the same thing when you go and check in the this one, we were checking the trace, right? Let me go back here. I want to show you one thing. Just click on this one. So you click any object, any palette option. Just click on the message I was telling you, showing you here, till the payload. And apart from the payload, in each and every step, you'll be having this header and exchange properties. In day-to-day life, we
Yes.
call it as property. Instead of exchange property, we call it as header and property. Okay. So if you go to
Correct.
the header, you'll be having a list of standard properties, just like Postman was having. In CPI also, we'll be having a list of standard of palette properties and headers. So in most of the case, 90% of the cases, all the standard headers and properties will start with either SAP or Camel.
Okay.
So whatever starts with SAP or whatever starts with Camel, or they are all the standard headers and properties. As simple as that. Okay. So now if you see Camel HTTP method, Camel HTTP path, Camel HTTP URL, Camel servlet context path, SAP underscore, everything we are message processing ID. All these are standard headers. Go to properties, also same thing. Maybe one or two might be changed, but most probably you'll be having the same thing. If one is changed, you can see some status provider, something got changed. Other than that, whatever starts with SAP and Camel, they will be standard headers and properties.
Got it.
Okay. I'll tell you what is property apart from the header, since you have, I think you have some knowledge on header. So let us think, okay, instead of sending the message in the message body, I want to send something in the header of the message, okay, to the receiver. The receiver is asking, okay, whatever you're sending to the, see for first few classes, we'll be say treating this request, this is as sender and our postman receiver as a response.
ठीक
Just
है.
for quick control, okay. You can assume this is as a sender and this will be our receiver.
Okay.
Okay, whatever you send, this will be sender, this is the receiver. And
Yes,
after
yes,
few
yes.
classes, we connect to a receiver. Okay. So now you see we got 12 headers. So what I want to tell, I want to send, okay, my trainer name as Karan in the CPI header. So the client requirement is, in apart from sending the body of the message, can you also send the employee name or the some name in the header of the message? So how to do that? So to do that, just go to the content modifier, go to any content modifier, go to the header of the message, just click on add. If you click on add, just dragging the screen up, a better view, screen up, you'll be having list of functions here, starting from constant, expression, global variable, header, local variable, number range, property, and XPath. We will deal one by one according to the classes. Okay. So first
Okay.
we are selecting on the constant, which will not change. We can give the name of the header. I'm just putting it as CPI trainer. I'll just put my name. Okay. The data type and default value is, it's not in editable mode. It means like it is not required. Okay. I'm just saving it as a version. And then deploying it. Okay. Go into the Postman, click on send. Now you see I got 14, it has got increased. I'll just maximize this. Let's go. I will see like
Yeah,
CPI
this is
trainer. I got
visible.
Khan. Okay, if the receiver system is capable of reading the header systems, so that will be sent to the receiver system. So it is simple. In the content, we have only this option. If you want to send any headers or any property, you need to add it in content modifier. We have other option of adding in Groovy scripting also, but as a standard approach, we have it in the content modifier only.
ठीक है.
So in the content modifier of the message, you can add it. So here I want to tell you one thing is, so I have added one header here, one header here. You can add, I mean, let us think you're having 10 content modifiers, 7 content modifiers, okay? So you're adding 2 properties here, 2 headers here, 1 header here. So it will be difficult to track. Okay. So as
Oh,
an best practice, I mean, it will be tough, right? You will not know which header where you have created, which property where you have created.
yes.
As a best practice, what people will do in the real time, they will be using all the headers and properties as much as they can. Okay, it's not if it's not feasible, they will be using it at a later point of time. As much as they can, it is preferable and recommended to use almost all the headers and properties in the first step itself. and
Okay.
not only first step, declare everything in one place so that they can easily backtrack
ठीक है.
what the header has been declared, what the property has been declared, so they can easily backtrack. So what they have created. Okay. So this is how to create the header. Where we have created in the content modifier. Creation of the header is simple. But anyway, we have all the other. We have 7 more options. So I'll tell you one by one. So I have created this one called CPI trainer called Karan, and I am getting the message. Body of the message is unaltered. I'm getting CPI trainer. I'll see everything. I'm getting like this. So now what I'll do, I want to call this header of the message. I want to call this message in the body of the message. So
Okay.
sending the CPI trainer everything in the next to CPI training, I need to sending something like CPI trainer, my name, everything I need to say. So how to
Yeah.
call this header of the message? For this, I was telling you we have 2 more Camel expressions, right? I'll list it down
Okay.
here. So those are called. How to call the header of the message is header dot header name and property dot property name. Let's go to property at the later point of time. Let's focus on header name. So whenever you want to call these are the 3 most important Camel expressions which we will be using in the day-to-day life. Okay.
Okay.
Dollar in dot body, which I have already discussed. So dollar header dot header name. Header name is nothing but the one which we gave it here. So this will be your header name. CPI trainer is your header name. So you need to put the CPI trainer here and then call. So wherever you call that expression, current name will be added there. So I'll go to the
Got
content modifier 3 in the body. Let me click it here. I'll just add it here. Something like the CPI trainer I'll put it as the CPI. I'll just put colon. Now I'll copy this header node header name. Always use the copy because it is case sensitive. Just go here. Just copy this. Go to content modifier 3 body of header name. Put this one. Save as version.
it.
Okay. And then deploy it. Click on send. You can see now the name, we got the header name. We got in the header also. We got in the body header.
Yes.
We got it here. The pay trainer curve we got in the body also we got. Means we are sending the header in the body of the message. Same simultaneously, we are sending in the header of the message also. Okay. Here, one thing to observe here is, so whatever you call in content modifier 2, that can be called, maybe let us say you're declaring the header or property in a content modifier 2. Okay. Just an example, content modifier 2. That header and property can be called only in the immediate successive step, not an immediate. It can be called in 3rd step, 4th step, I mean after this step only. It's not like something you declare it here, but you call it before that. That will not work.
हाँ ठीक है.
Okay.
Understood.
So that is
Yes.
why I said you. So whenever we declare the headers and properties, if let us think we have used in first step, so then no need to worry. From 2nd step onwards, you can go and create.
Correct.
So that is, I mean, why I'm telling the best practice to use in the first step means just like because of this. Certain times we'll be declaring it here without knowing we'll be calling it here.
Sure.
Since it is content modifier, you are able to see, okay, I have only 3. But when all the other options comes like splitters, routers, multicaching, everything comes, then you'll get confused where to create, where I have created. Even we will, the one who develops, even he will forget. And it will be tricky to go and check each and everything, time consuming. Instead of that, the first option, we create this and
ठीक
put
ठीक.
it as a property called setting headers and properties. And then that can be called in all the steps. It can be called anywhere. Okay. Syntax would be the same. So now let me go to the similar thing called property, and then I'll tell you what is the difference. So go to the same content modifier 2, create something called years 2024. Okay, this is a constant. I'm just saving it. And then deploying it. And then going to the postman and then sending it. Here what happened, nothing changes. The same header I got in the header, the same body I got. Irrespective of created property, nothing has changed. So what
Yes.
where exactly I want to see the property? Let me enable the trace and then I'll show you. Trace got expired. Let me enable it. Let me go to overview. After enabling trace, we need to push the message. Select the message at 359. Scroll down. What happened? Okay, this is the message. Scroll down. Trace. Just click on trace. So now the same message we got. At content modifier 2, we created all these things, right? We will not see here because we create whatever we created here, that will be visible in the next step. At content modifier 3, if you go, the body of the message, we are seeing it here. If you go to header, we will see it as CPI trainer current. If you go to the properties, you will see where is the date? It's behind strange today. Just a minute. It's not visible.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, year, sorry. Can you see the properties here?
That's
Year
it.
2024. Okay. So now you can get it out like, okay, when we have the same functionality in header, same functionality in property. So why are we create? Why is SAP has given two options? I mean,
Yes.
exactly the same. If you see here, clicking on edit, we have same list of almost 7, 8 options here. We have same list of 8 options in header also. So when it is exactly same, then why it like message header, why it is exchange property means. So header, the only difference is header will be sent as it is to the receiver system. Whereas properties, it will not cross the CPI line. It will expire at the CPI system itself.
Okay.
Just like in Postman, we are able to see the headers, but whereas
Correct.
we are not
Correct.
able to
Correct.
see the properties. So what
Correct.
happens? The properties will not cross the end message. Till the end message only, we will be able to see the properties. Once the
Okay.
message moves out of CPI, no receiver system will receive the properties. Okay. Then why are we creating the properties? If it's not reaching the receiver, so then why do we need to create the properties? Why? Because for transformation purpose, you'll understand further classes like when we create and just fetch the data using properties, then you'll understand more clearly. So for transformation purpose or to read the data of a specific fields or something like that, we use the properties. For example,
Got it.
today's date. I'm just declaring, I'm just want to get the today's date. Okay. We have a Camel expression to get the today's date, including time, seconds, hours, everything we have. Okay. We can use it in header, but your receiver system will tell, don't send me all the unwanted headers and don't overload my system. You just send whatever is required. So then you go for a property. Okay.
Got it.
See, let us think you go for 10, you as part of your transformation, you want to create 10 properties, which will be used at a later point of time. If you're using 10 headers, all the 10 headers will be reached to the receiver system, which is means the requirement is to send the data. At the same time, our requirement should also be there to send to restrict unwanted data. Right? Sending unwanted data, it's not recommended. So that is why we use this header and property. The only difference and the exact difference is headers will be sent to the receiver system, whereas properties will be stopped at the end message itself. Okay.
Got it.
So just like header and property, for creating, we have the option. Let us think, okay, we created, we have used, and final step, if you want to delete, you can just simply delete it. You can just give the delete option. The header will be deleted.
Okay.
See, these headers and why I'm stressing here means this is very much important. You will not see any iFlow without a header and property. Each and every iFlow, you'll be seeing this complete iFlow runs based on these headers and properties only.
Yes.
You do any functionality, you go for routers, filters, anywhere you do message mapping, Groovy scripting, anything you go, somewhere or the other, you'll see these headers or properties being used.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You take any standard package. For example, if you see, I'll go to the standard package. Randomly, I'm just opening it. I'll just 25 artifacts are there. It was published only 2 days back. So I said you right. Just see here. First step is content modifier. They're declaring properties. In some property, one property they declare. At least I'm telling you, at least one basic thing will be there. Normally they'll be having a list, but at least they only one. They're using a later point of time. So each and every step you'll be seeing these properties and headers. So just like here, if you're seeing right, they'll be changing the names. It's not like they leave it as content modifier. They'll be changing the name as per it's required. In certain cases, they'll be using a Groovy script and using. So just like that, they'll be using each and everywhere. So now, if you see the until now, I'll just summarize what we discussed on content modifier. So we discussed about content modifier in the body of the message. We can use both this expression called $in.body. If you leave the body as it is, the message which is present at the previous palette option, that will be sent as it is to the next step.
Next.
Or if you give $in.body also, nothing changes. That will be sent as it is. Instead of that, you give anything, you give a dot or you give any text, that message will be replaced with that particular thing.
Correct.
Means it will move on to the next step. For example, if you want to call it as if you want to append anything to the message which is present at the previous step, then you call it $in.body and then you give the message which you want. For example, CPI training followed by $in.body, something like that. Okay. And here you have two types of things. One is expression, the other is constant. Expression means it will read the expression. If you're giving as constant, it will read as a string. This is about the message body. When coming to the headers, we have a series of steps, like 8 options we have. As of now, we discussed only about the, what is this, constant. So constant means the fixed value which will not change. The same thing we discussed in the property also. You can give the name of the header and property anything and give the value. No need to give any data type value since it is a constant. So whatever you give, that will be applicable in the immediate next steps. That will be sent to the receivers also. That in the sense, headers will be sent to the receiver, whereas properties will be stopped at the receiver system itself. Okay. And to call these headers and properties, we have two Camel expressions. One is $header.header name. The other is $property.property name.
Property name.
Okay. So, and one more thing is the headers and properties, which is starting with SAP and Camel, are most probably called as standard headers and standard properties. Why? Because SAP is built on CPI is built on Apache Camel framework. Okay.
Yes.
So now the next thing. So I was telling about the standard headers and properties, all these things, right? Okay, most probably we'll be having the common requirement called the CPI message processing log ID, the CPI message ID. Okay, this is the message ID for this one. So sender will tell Okay, why can't you send this message ID also in the body of the message so that we can also log it? They'll be giving a field. You just send this message ID to our system. So we also have this log ID in our system also. So we need to send this message, which is coming as a standard property. Okay. So for this,
Okay.
the same thing, what you call, even if it's standard property also, just go here and call it anywhere else. Same thing. You can just frame it. Message ID dollar. Sorry. Dollar.
Property dot.
Just control it. This is case sensitive. Just copy it from here.
Yes. Copy paste.
You can copy any standard header, standard property. You can copy anything. I'm just copying it here. Instead of header, I'm just calling the, see here I'm calling header. Here I'm calling property. I'm just saving as a version. And then I'm deploying it here. Okay. Go to the Postman. Just click on send. Can you see? I got message ID, everything.
Yes.
The message ID which was visible here. This step. What is CPI processing message ID? The message ID gets differs because that was for that particular message. From message to message, the ID changes. That ID we just
Yes.
brought from the body of the message. So the sender receiver system will not know whether we captured from the header, whether we captured from the property, they will not know. They're only concerned about whatever the required body they got, that is done. Whether we're doing with coding, whether we did with content modifier, router, anything else, they'll be list for that. The only thing is whatever the headers they want, we need to send those headers. Whatever the body they want, they need it. All the unwanted data, if you want something is reusable, which is not needed to be sent to the receiver system, then you go for property because it gets expired at the end in the CPI. It will not reach the receiver system. If something needs to be sent to the receiver system also, then you use it as a header of the message. That we send as it is. We also have the option of deleting this header and deleting the property also. At any point of time, you can delete it.
Okay.
Okay. And here, since we are discussing about headers and properties, I'll tell you one more topic. So sometimes certain headers, okay, this is the opposite way. Okay, now till time we're discussing, okay, we are sending the headers to receiver system. We are sending the property, but property is not reaching. That's all fine.
Mhm.
Let us think sender
Mhm.
is sending the headers in the sender of the message.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, what will happen? So by default, let us send some header. We'll see. Since Postman also having the functionality, I'll put as country India. Okay. And I'm just clicking. That will be read as it is. If you just go to case, go to logs. This is a little bit irritating. Now every 10 minutes, 10 minutes
Yeah.
very small.
Very small.
To trigger the message, I'm sending the country name as India as a header. Okay. Go to logs, click on trace. So now if you see it here, you will see the headers. Click on header. So this HTTP steps. Okay, it's not visible. So now the function topic I want to tell you is, if you see it is not visible here, the header I'm sending, it is not visible. So why? Because in the IFlow, here in the IFlow, So till now we are discussing about we sending the headers to receiver. Now we have come to the opposite way. So sender system sending the headers to CPI system. Okay, sender is
Yes.
delivering. Okay, we'll be sending these IDs or something in the header of the message. You can read that and maybe you can send in the receiver or you send as an header. You do something to the according to the receiver system. So how to read the system? I mean, accept the headers. In order to accept the message, just click the in the white space. So you'll get this integration flow. Earlier, I discussed about deployment status and problems. Now coming to the first one, general, and second one, the runtime configuration. We have the option here called allowed headers. Okay.
Okay.
Here we need to give those headers. Then only it will accept.
Okay.
For example, if I give it as star, no, I'll give it as country only. I'll show you both.
Country. Some problem.
Version 1 is not supported. What did I change? It was working till now, right? Oh. See, now everything got vanished for some reason. So we don't need to worry. We can just go back to the previous version. Go here.
Yes.
17 versions are there, right? Since we are saving it as a version, nothing to worry. Just go back to one version back. You'll get it. Our development will not
Yes.
be lost. We got everything back.
Yes.
Suppose if you're not doing savings, all these things, if something happens, then it will be difficult. And at the
Yeah.
same point, what I want to tell you is, let us say you are doing save, or for an example, you are doing something, developing some critical development changes. So you forgot to save, and maybe before you save, maybe some power issues or internet issues you got, it got logged off. Okay. So you don't need to
Yes.
worry. When you open for the second time, when you click on edit, okay, it will ask
Uh-huh.
for a recover option. So when you
Okay.
click on the recover option, all the changes will be reverted. I will show you
Okay.
that now also. I mean, everything will be saved in the backend, but that's not 100%. Okay. For
Correct.
example, so if you say click 1 minute, okay. Now if you click on answer, it will ask save as Discord. I click it as save. Now we'll do some changes and I'll close it. Wait. I'll show you that option. See, this is what I did the same changes last time. I just went as it is back. So it will give a pop-up call. Do you want to recover the unsaved changes or you want to ignore it? Okay, when you click
Correct.
on recover, you will get all the changes back.
Chicken.
Okay, I got the description. I just added this one, right? I got the changes.
Yes.
So in the allowed configuration, let me put a star. Maybe some version is not supporting. So either you can use star or you can give the mentioned headers. So by if you use star, all the headers coming from the sender system will be accepted in CPI.
Okay.
Okay,
Otherwise, I
let's
have to give the comma separated.
yeah, comma 1 minute, comma or pipe 1 minute. Pipe separated, sorry.
Pipe separated. Okay.
Yeah. If you have five headers or 4 headers only, you want those 4 headers to enter into CPI, then those 4 headers separated by a pipe. See any option, if you have forgot it, just place the cursor on that checkbox. It will give a pop-up about this one. Okay, if you
Okay.
forget about what is whether pipe or comma, just place the cursor over
Mm-hmm.
there. It will give you see pipe separated
Chicken.
list of headers from the incoming message to be written in the integration artifact. White spaces are not valid entries in this field.
Got it.
Now saving as a version. Deploy. Go to Postman. Click on send. Now if you see, we got 36 headers. All the headers, biggest star, right? Everything came. The header which we gave here has come as it is in the response. It went past through CPI and came in the response. All the above headers, everything came. That is why we don't use stars there. All these things, if you see accept, encoding, conca, everything came down.
Okay.
Earlier it was on 15 or 16. All of a sudden, all the unwanted headers, everything came. So not ideally, we give the header names here, separated by the pipe. Okay. So this is how you send a header and property. Sorry, send a header to the receiver and accept a header from the sender. Properties anyway that will be stored within the CPI system itself. Until now, we discussed about only the constant option. Let me move on to the next one about this. This is expression also. Click on edit. You are asking me about these expressions, right? Camel expressions. You will see here. See, you have the list of options, very clear, very big, very vast list. Can you see? Dollar exchange ID, dollar body, dollar inter body. I was telling you only the required one. You can give dollar body also, it will work, but most frequently we'll be using the in.body. In the help.sap.com, we'll be having all these things.
Okay.
The Camel expression, you are asking the library, right? So here we'll be having all the list of expressions, but these are all very rarely used. Most frequently used are dollar in.body and dollar header.header name, property.property name. And one more expression is, we don't need to remember, the first three we need to remember. This we don't need to by heart or anything. Just we can have a reference from Google, just to capture the date.
Yes.
So till now I was telling you about the constant. Now let us go with a variable, expression kind of thing. Go to the header, go to add. I'll put it as time now. Okay. In the constant, I'll select it as expression. Expression means which changes from time to time, which is not a constant. Till now, whatever we given was a fixed value. Now this is something a variable thing. In the source value, I need to give the expression. I given the date expression. So data type will be java.lang.string. S is capital. Save as version. Deploy. Okay. Now just go to Postman back. Since it is in the header, we will receive it in the response only. Go to Postman, click on send. Now you see we got 37 headers. Just travel up. Time now, if you see,
Yeah.
it will be in the UK time zone. 2024 April 7, 10:50 to 29.
Okay.
So if you trigger again, that will be changed. 10:50 to 50. Okay. In the same expression, you can edit as per your requirement. It's not mandatory like you use the same expression. If you see this expression, there are many changes. If you don't want this hour and time, you can just simply remove this. Or if you want like DDMMYY also, you can just change the format also and then you can give it there.
Yes.
Okay, as per the format you want, you can put. And there are expressions where you put it as now plus 5 means like after 5 days, what is the date? After minus 5 days, minus 1 day, plus 1 day. Everything you'll be having in this library. If you see, but with a different time zone, 2.5 hour plus time zone. If you put plus 5.5 hour, we get our time also. Let's try this. Let's click on edit. Click on add. Expression. Give the source value. So here instead of 2 or 5:30, let me give 5 or 5.5 hour.
Yes.
Save as version. Sorry, I forgot to give date and type. So by default, we give it as string. You can give it as java.lang.integer also. By default, if you give string, it will cover everything. I'm giving it as a string. Okay, and then we are deploying it here. Let's wait for its deployment. It's deployed at 4:25. Just go to the postman and click on send. I'll get the message. Just maximize this. Can you see?
Yes.
Or something time changed. Okay, different times. So I think we need to give some correct hours. It went to some plus 5:30. It's going 11 hours, I think. Okay. So depending, I mean, just wanted to tell you like
default zone will be different now.
Yeah, default zone is different. From that zone, it is
Yes.
calculated higher.
Correct.
So it went to 9:55 something.
It might not be GMT.
Yeah, yeah. So wherever this CPI server is hosted, from there it will be counting.
Correct.
So similar to like that, you can add the hours, you can minus the hours, you can add the dates, minus the dates. You can do anything. The similar Camel expression. This is one place where you can just help.sap Camel expression. You'll get this one. All this one you'll be having. So minus 2 hours, every 2 hours, everything can do. But by default, the one to remember is these three expressions: dollar in.body, dollar header.header name, dollar property.property name. Okay.
Yes.
And here, for an example, we can use that property dollar in.body in the content modifier step also. I'll show you what will happen. The same if I'll make it a little more tricky. In the property, first body itself, I'll go to the property. See, till now we have almost modified the incoming message. Like we did a lot of transformations, step by step we have added everything. Now what I'll do, see, I said you while telling the dollar in.body itself, that dollar in.body or property.property name or header.header name, you can use at any point of time. At anywhere you can use. There is no such restriction. So now what I'll be using, I'll be using the dollar in.body at a property level. I'll show you.
Okay.
Postman message. Just for availability. Here I will put it as dollar in.body. The data type will be java dot line dot string. Let me save it.
There is one extra bracket, scale bracket in that source value.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Postman message here. So what I'm doing, I'm capturing the message which is coming from this. What is this? sender into a property. So this message is appended to the, is moved to the property called postman underscore message. So at a later point of time, what I'll do, I did all the transformation, I did something. Finally, I'm just sending back the same. I wanted to do something. Here, what I'll do, I'll call that property dollar property dot
Postman body. Postman message.
Always we use copying it.
Copy
Because a
paste.
small
Yes.
spelling mistake, it will create a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Control V, save as version. And then deploy it.
Deployed.
So now I'll enable trace also.
Okay.
I can show you clear.
Yeah.
It's already back to info. Let me enable trace. It's enabled. Oh shit. Go back to Postman and click the message. Minimize this. Go to logs. I just want to show the transformation. So now this is how the message process. Now let's go to the first step. Okay. Here the first step is, this is the payload which we got. When we go to the second step, the payload got added with CPI training. Go to the second step. Next step, it got added by testing. Go to the final next step. It got added by message ID, everything it got added. So now what happened? Now it go to end message, everything got removed, and we got it is whatever the input message that we got it here. So what happens here means, this postman message here you will see, at the first step, whatever we did it here, this body of this message, we appended in a property called postman underscore message. If you see next step in the exchange property, just scroll down. Where is that postman? Here. It got added here. The body of the message got added to a property.
Yes.
And this property, what we did, we called it in the final step as a property here. So what happened, whatever the message was there till this point, everything got vanished. Only this message got moved to the next step. I mean, this functionality, we use it in the a little bit of complex, tricky integrations. How to copy the incoming message and how to bring back from somewhere. We do all these things. But I'm just telling you, want to show you like how can this body of the message can be called from time back, from backdated message we can get it. When the message which was coming here, we almost modified at the 3 steps. But at the final step, we again bought the message which is present here. We can reuse it. So as many times wherever you call this postman message, the source message will come and sit there.
Yeah.
Clear, right?
Yes.
So simple thing is, so just like you are using this header name property name, you can also use this $in.body inside the property also. Not only in content modifier body, you can use anywhere. So wherever you use it, that will come and the incoming message, the message which is present at the previous step, that will come and get appended here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I also said, this is the 2 important expressions which we'll be using. So one is for date we will be using, the other is for adding the body to a property in the expressions. These are the two important things.
Yes.
The headers, and in headers and properties, we discussed about the constant and the expression as well. Okay, two important source types. And the third important source type is constant is done, express is done. The other five we'll discuss in a separate class. Now we'll discuss about the XPath. Okay, are you aware about what is XPath and what is XML?
No.
Okay, I'll show you what is an XML. See, XML is nothing but a predefined. It's just a data format of the data.
Hey, you're talking about XML.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know XML.
Yeah, XPath.
XPath, no.
Okay. See, this is an XML message. You'll be aware that. So let me
Yeah.
take one iteration.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll take one iteration. I'll just put it here. Let me close the stack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is a proper XML message. Okay.
Yes.
So now, so as I said, like in CPI, we deal with message format messages in any format. But for certain cases, certain palette options, the message still should be in XML format only. Okay, only for certain palette options, certain functionalities.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will not accept. So one such functionality here is in the content modifier. If you want to use any XPath, then the message format should be in like what is this?
Okay. So
In
it's the
XML.
validation on the message body that
Yeah.
only XML will be allowed.
Yes, because you are using XPath. See, XPath
Okay.
is nothing but see XPath. XML anyway you're aware. XPath is nothing but address of the field. For
Okay.
example, if you want to, I want to get this quantity per unit. Okay, some 10 boxes, 20 bags it is there. I want to
Mm-hmm.
get this. So what is the address of that field means? So quantity per unit. Where does
Yes.
it is lying? It is lying under product. Okay,
Yes.
slash
Product.
product. Where is product lying? Product is lying under
Products.
products.
Okay.
So slash
Products.
products. So one more slash here. Okay. So this is the address
Okay.
of the particular field from where that field is present. So this is nothing but XPath. XPath
Okay.
is nothing but the address of the field where it is lying under.
Got it.
Okay. So now for an example, okay, now we are sending the what is this? Let's go back to Postman. Instead of this, I'm just putting a normal proper XML format. Here I'll
Mm-hmm.
select instead of text, I'll go to
XML.
instead of send. Okay, I got it here. Okay. I'm getting as it is. And because I called it property, I'm getting as it is. Now my
Yeah.
requirement is to, I want to read a particular field. I want to get the output as 10 boxes, 20 kgs outside.
Okay.
So I want to read a particular field value. So let us 5 or 10, or maybe you're having 100 fields. In that one, I need to read a field value. The field which is present at a particular level, I need to bring that particular value outside. So in our case, for our training purpose, we will think I want this 10 boxes, 20 bags as outside, I mean, the output.
Mm-hmm.
So for that, what we do, we go back to the same content modifier only. We select as XPath. Maybe I'll put it as output only. Okay. Here, I'll call if an XSD is loaded, that's a different case. Since we don't have any files now, I will give
Mm-hmm.
the XPath, which I prepared here. Products, product, and quantity
Quantity
per
per unit.
unit. So just copy this, Control C, put it here. The same data type,
Java
Java
non-string.
lang dot
String. String.
string. Okay. Let me save it as a version. Click on edit. And the body, instead of calling the postman message, now what I'll do, I'll call this other body. Where is that? Output property. Now you understand why we are calling output. I mean,
Yes.
why we are calling properties.
Yes, yes, yes.
See, now if you are using as in header, we can also use as in header also. But what will happen? This message will go in as a header also. All the unwanted
Yes.
thing will go to the in the target system. But when we are using as a property, whatever we are using, they will not know. See, in the target, they will be getting this value. Let us think they will be getting this value in the target. They will not know whether we have used it as a property, whether we used it as a header, whether we brought it some coding. They'll not know anything. But if you use it as a header, that will replicate in their system. Then they will question us, why are you sending the body of the message in header also? It is unnecessary. So that is where property comes into picture. Go into content modifier 4, property.output, save as version. Okay. And then deploy it. And go to the postman, click. It failed with error. If there is any processing error in CPI, we will get 500 error. Okay.
Yes.
Normally, if 200, okay, 200 is for okay, successful, 201 is for created, 403 authentication, 404 unauthorized, 500 means within the CPI, if there is an error, we'll get these things. So go to message processing, got failed, unexpected found, name. We'll not know where it has failed. We got something, but we'll not know where it has failed. The same option what we use, we enable the trace and then we'll backtrack.
Okay.
Just enable the trace again, just refresh it. You will see that red envelope now. Just put the trace. Now you can see in the message monitoring also it is failed. We are not understanding where it has failed. Somewhere something else
Yes.
become. Just click on send again. Now the trace logs will be recorded. Just click on failed, logs, trace. Over the first step itself, it got failed.
First.
Whatever. Expected name. Found. Yeah, I got this. See, I was telling you, right? We need to declare the first step or second step, all these things. So what we did, we declare the content XPath in the second step. Can you see the output? Everything we declared in second step. We were calling this message, but by the time the message reached
Yes.
here, we modified the incoming message.
Yes.
The
The
XPath of the
scope
message,
actually.
we added this one CPI training. So this created the error.
Yeah.
So what should we do? We should move this property to the next step. This property should be declared in the first step
First step.
before we modify the XML incoming XML message.
Yes.
Because by the time it reached, the XML message got corrupted. It got added. It's not in a proper XML message. Since we added
Yes.
some string to that. So go to edit. Just put that property in the previous step. Output X. Okay. Java client doc string. We delete it here because again it will create an issue. Delete it. So whatever created here, exchange property, output content modifier, body. Okay, it is matched. Now we save it as a version. Because now if you see only in the trace, we will know where it is throwing the error. If the
Yes.
first step itself it is throwing it, then we'll know, okay, that's first step, there's something is going wrong. When it is 2 step, 3 steps, we'll easily know. But when we are having some 50 or 20 or 30 palette options, we'll get an issue. Okay.
Yes.
So now let me deploy it. Go to Postman. Just click on this. Now did you see? We called it as a property and we called it in the body of the message. Clear? This is how, I mean, XPath is nothing but whatever we call it. I mean, in the XML message, I mean, the format of the message should be in XML. So in an XML message, if you want to read any value of a field, then you give the XPath. XPath is nothing but the address of that particular field. Okay, if you want to call any particular field, you can directly call that particular field value and you can assign wherever it is required. Constant, if you want to give fixed values, you give the constant. If you want to give something as expressions, then you give it as expression. And if you want to call any particular field value, then you go for XPath. Clear till now?
Yes.
Okay. So, and in this expression, we have one shortcut. I'll tell you that also. So here, to go to the XPath, click on edit in the output of the message. So now if you see, we have given all slash slash slash. Certain times it will be tricky. Okay, we need to find all these 4/5/ all these things. The levels, like third level, fourth level, fifth level. So instead of that, okay, if you are pretty sure that there is only one such, I mean, the sequence is occurring, then you can simply give double slash. It will work. I'll tell you. Instead of giving this, giving completely like this, you can simply give it as like this. Just remove everything before and give one more slash. It will directly search for that particular field and get that value or for that field value.
Okay.
I'll show you that also. This is a simple shortcut. I mean, I'm explaining both standard procedure and shortcut procedure also.
Sure.
I mean, this can have a little bit of disadvantage sometimes. I mean, 99% it will work, but the other one will work 100% when you give the full slash. Okay. But when you want to work very fast, just give double slash and you can move on.
Okay.
You'll get the same output only. Just see. Click on send. You'll have the same output only. Output will not get changed. Okay. So this is about the XPath. Clicking on end. See, where depending on our requirement, when to use XPath, when to use expression, when to use constant, we'll be using it. So these three we'll be using most regularly: constant, expression, and XPath. And the other three: global variable, header, local variable, number range, property, we'll be using whenever it's required. Okay. Header and property, at least I'll explain today itself. It's not required, not that mandatory, but still I'll explain what is that. At least I'll show you what is what. Okay. So for an example, in the body of the message, okay, let me delete this. See, you are calling the output as here. Okay, output is coming something like this. So what I'll call this property as in header. I mean, here header and property is nothing but you can convert from a header to property or property to header. You can do vice versa. These are very rarely used, but we have this feature, like calling in property from an header or calling a property from an, I mean, calling a property from an header or calling a header from a property, both ways.
Okay.
So what
Okay.
I'll use, I'll go to header here. I'll create something called, I'll put ABCD something. Instead of the output file, what I'll use, Here, instead of the property, I'll give the property name. What was the property name which we are calling it here? Some output, right? Just calling the output. Going to content modifier 4. In the header, I'm giving the output value. So property name is output. So that output property will be now changed into ABCD header.
Okay.
Save as version. Okay. So when you get this error, I'm telling you again, something has missed that particular step. You got into, right? So when you get like this,
Data
just
type.
click on the white space. Yeah, white space, go to problems, it will tell you. So variable name not defined in row 1 of content modifier step 4. Just go here. Property. Okay, this one I have not declared
This
here.
one. Yes.
I'm just added it. I'm not declared it. Just click on this.
Delete.
Delete it. Save as version. First level of check will be here. Second level of check will be at the deployment screen. Third level of message processing will be message monitoring screen.
Correct.
3 levels. Now it is deployed. Go to the postman. Click on send. You'll be having the same, but in the header of the message, you can go and search for that ABCD something. Can you see? The property came in the header.
The screen got stuck actually.
Okay, let me reshape it.
Can you? Yes. Yes.
That ABCD mean till the property was not supposed to reach the target. So suddenly we
Yes.
changed our mind. It's a complex IFlow. So suddenly we changed my mind. Okay, we thought, okay, let's send this property to the receiver. Then instead of changing everything from the beginning, at the end, you can just call the property in a header. So that will be sent to the receiver.
Okay.
I mean, these two are easy. That's why I'm just telling. Nothing major functionality here. Just you can call one in the other. Call a header in a property or call a property in a header.
Okay.
You can closely observe what I was doing. So here, I have already declared a property called output. That
Yes.
particular property, I called it in a header here.
Message.
Header. I selected source type as property. So whatever property is coming, you just change it from output property to ABCD header. Okay, same thing. Something I would have called in a header, whatever I called. I called as time now as a header, right? So here what I'll do,
Yes.
I'll call it as a property. I'll go to property. Here I'll go and call it as
Header.
header. I'll put the value as times now. Here in one, I'll put as now. Okay.
Okay.
Save as version. Data type got missed. What has been missed? Okay. Okay. Now if you see, in a header we are calling a property. In the property we are calling a header.
Property we call it header.
Deploy. Okay. Let me go back and enable trace. Now go to postman. Click on send. Okay. Anyway, see the property we got it is in a header. The body we got it here. Now let us see the header, which is we went in the time now, right? We cannot see it here. The time now what is here? We want to see it in the property. Since property we can't see it in the receiver, this one. This one we call it in the property. Let us see it in the property. Let's go back here. Go to message processing. First one. Go to logs. Click on trace. We can click on the final step. You'll see the property. Since after that it will not move. Go to the message content, exchange property. We call it as now. Can you see this particular header time now?
Time
This
now,
particular
and that's
header
converted to
got
now.
converted into now.
Correct.
Create property means
Now
apart
it's a
from
property.
using this constant, expression, and XPath, we can also use this header and property, like calling a header from a property or calling a property from an header. These two will be rarely used, but good to know, like if at all there is a requirement, we can interchange between these two. We can just swap from
Okay,
one to the other.
perfect.
Okay. This is about this header and property. Because for other things, I need to tell about this variable concept, local variables, global variable, number range. This is all about here. Now, if you go to the monitoring screen, see, earlier it was 0, 0, right?
Yes.
Now I'll be having some good amount of messages, like
Yeah.
19 messages, 3 failed, 16 success. Okay. So apart
Yes.
from this, this tiles, this row is not a constant one. You can change according to your requirement. For example, if you see, I can click a plus symbol. I can put, like, instead of past hour, I'll put it a past minute. Okay. I can create my own tile. Now if you see, one more got created. I don't want this retry. Okay. I'll just right click. I'll delete it.
Okay.
I can, these are called tiles. You can rearrange these tiles as per your, I mean, okay, I want this past minute messages here. Okay, 19 here or 16 somewhere. You can just move the cursors and just arrange as per your requirement.
Got it.
Okay. I mean, based on, I mean, maybe you're monitoring by a monthly basis or weekly basis, you can just put it here. The same applicables for the deploy screen. Only these two rows. Not all the things. All the things are constant. Only the first
Mhm.
two rows, be it monitoring or be it the deployed integrations. If you see here, deployed integrations starting as error something. Error is already there. I'll put it as starting. Okay. I'll create a new one more tile. These are called tiles. You can
Yes,
arrange as
yes.
per your requirement.
Yeah.
If you want, you can delete everything. If okay, you want everything, you delete it. You just put only 1 hour. You can just remove everything and create one tile. This will also be there. Okay, no need to
Okay.
save anything. Automatically it will be there. As per your requirement, you can do it. Okay.
Correct.
In the last week, we discussed about, I mean, all the fundamentals and basics of CPI. On top of that, we discussed
Yes.
about monitoring stuff, how to enable the trace, info mode, and what is content modifier, what is header, what is property,
Correct.
everything. And we also discussed about the three Camel expressions: $in.body,
Yes.
header, and property
Correct.
property name.
Correct.
And we also discussed about this the content modifier, about
Mm-hmm.
expression, constant, XPath, and a header and property. Five we discussed. We are left with
Yes.
another three: global variable, local variable. We are left with that
Correct.
inside the content modifier. So let me create a new IFlow.
Yes.
So we'll move on to the further topic. So let me create a new IFlow with
Yes.
HTTP. I'm just creating a new IFlow. So yeah, meanwhile, any doubts regarding the last session?
No, current as of now. Uh,
Okay.
Somehow I also need to practice a bit more because I don't get
Okay.
enough time. Most of the time actually goes into the configuration of the suit.
Yeah.
But now as it is configured, so might be next week I will cover each and everything.
Okay. I'm just creating a basic iFlow with the HTTP adapter, which we discussed
Okay.
in the last slide, so that we
Yes.
can just use the Postman. I'll just deploy this so that the endpoint URL will be generated. Okay. Now let's go to Postman. This was the one which we discussed in last class. Let me create
Yes.
it for this one. Everything is same. Only this
Yes.
endpoint URL will be changed. So as I said in the last class, so for the endpoint URL, it will be like the host name slash the adapter and slash the ID which we have given. Here I have given like test. If you see now I have given slash test 553. So only that particular thing will be changing.
Yes.
Let's see here. This is the one. If you see test 553, the earlier endpoint URL was test 55. Okay. So I'm just adding
Yes.
3 to last. Okay. Which will trigger the integration, even though there is no data. Okay. Here I'm already sending data. I'm just removing that. Okay.
Yes.
This was the one we discussed in the last class. So now let's move on to the next topic, which is called converters here. In content modifier, I mean, I'll just just checking what are the things we did it. And I discussed constant is done, expression is done, global variable, local variable, and number range. These three are left. I'll discuss in
Yes.
the other topic. Okay. These are linked with the variables topic. I will discuss these three in the next one. Okay.
Okay.
As of now, parking the other one. Okay. And when we move on to the next one, like converters. If you see, if you click on the converters, as I said in the last class, so we do not have any specific format of the message to be processed in. There is no fixed format. Okay, data should be only in XML format. There is nothing like that. There are some limitation for few palette options, like for message mapping or for few. I mean, here and there few palette options are there where we use this. I mean, data should be only in XML format. Other than that, nothing. I mean, data can be in any other format. So basically, we deal with three important formats. One is CSV, XML, and JSON. Okay.
Okay.
EDI we use for B2B scenarios. We'll discuss it later. But I
Okay.
mean, most commonly used data formats are a CSV format, XML format, and JSON format. Let me take an XML to JSON since we have an XML. See, I have, if you go back, so I have this JSON XML. Okay, let me give it one more iteration so that it will be easy. Reduce this. Let me put 2 iterations so that it will be easier to. So this is the XML message.
Got
Just
it.
copying it and putting it here. Okay, the input will be a XML message. Now our target is to convert the incoming XML message into a JSON format. So no need to write any codes or anything. Directly we can go to the converters here. In the converters we have a list of converters. The last one we are selecting XML to JSON converter. As soon as we selected this one, just drag up in the processing. You can remove this namespace mapping. It's not, we are not using any namespace as of now. So the JSON prefix separator, which we are using it. I mean, in the JSON message, whether we want colon, semicolon,
Okay.
dot, pipe, semicolon, space. So we'll not
Okay.
change anything. This encoding also will not change anything. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
touching anything. We'll just see what is happening.
Okay.
So it's a very, I mean, XML to JSON is a very straightforward, I mean, palette option. Just you can just keep drag and drop if none of the parameters you're changing. No checking and nothing I'm doing here. I'm just deploying it.
Okay.
Since we are using Postman, we'll be able to raise the request, as I said earlier. In the bottom, we'll be seeing the response. As CPI is basically a synchronous model. So whatever the message reaches to end, we'll be able to see the response in the Postman tool itself. It's deployed successfully. Going back to Postman, I'm clicking to send. Can you see? I have got a valid JSON message.
Yes.
I have not did anything. So I mean, we're not reading the file. We're not doing anything. Just If it is a valid XML file, you just drag and drop this XML to JSON. You don't need to change anything. So you'll get a valid XML file, JSON file. I'm just putting it in a notepad for better understanding. You'll get a valid JSON file. So for suppose,
Yes.
let us think I don't want these products. Okay. I don't want this root tag. I need this root tag to be removed. So we have an option. Click on edit. Just check this one. Nothing. That's it. Suppress JSON root element means we are suppressing the root element in the target system. I mean, after this target instance, after this, I mean, the output file, we are suppressing the JSON root element. So I'm just saving it. Deploy. Deploy. Go into the postman and then click it.
Okay.
Can you see earlier 2 products were coming, now only 1 product.
Yes.
You're getting?
Yes.
So basically, when we want to convert an XML message to JSON message, we can directly convert like this without any using any, I mean, suppressing or pressing. So in case if there's one header and you don't want any headers in the JSON message, headers in the root element, I mean to say, you don't want any root element.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So Karan, one thing. Let's say in this output, the JSON output, we want to eliminate the square bracket also.
This one.
Yes.
Then you need to do replace. I mean, you need to go with Groovy script to replace. You need to do it manually.
Okay. So in that case, I have to write the Groovy script.
Yeah, a small Groovy script to replace this square bracket with a space.
Okay.
In case, I mean, to add your question, like if you see, we have earlier we were getting 2 products. In product, again product. Under that, we are getting the data like this.
Yes.
For removing the first top root element, we have the option. In case we want to remove the other one also, then we don't have any standard option in CPI. Then we need to go for Groovy.
Okay.
Till one level we can remove it.
As per my experience now, so there are a lot of such third-party tools available in the market whose APIs, or you can say the format they support doesn't contain the square bracket in that. So that's why.
See, not only that, I'll tell you one more option. I mean, continuation to this, we have one more hidden option also. If we are good, we'll move on to the next one. Same topic only, same converter only. We have other option. Because in APIs, if you remember, like we have the options of converting this. I mean, if it's a numerical, we don't want double quotes.
Yeah.
And for few, we want it in arrays. There are a lot of things.
Correct.
We have different things. So for that, most probably we'll go with Groovy script. And in CPI also, we have one option. It will be in hidden here. If you see, we have only 5 options here. Namespace, separator, encoding, suppress, and streaming. But you select this one, you'll get one more list.
Okay.
Converting the JSON element, XML elements to JSON array. Okay.
Okay.
If I select all, you'll just see what will happen. See, most of the times, I mean, we will forget. If you see like this, we'll not know whether this option is there or not, unless until we check that. Okay. Only when we check this streaming, then only this option will come into picture.
I think we have to select all first.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me deploy. I'll show what will happen is select all and what is specified ones. Because as you said, like whenever we're posting to the APIs, we do all the mapping, we get the message. But whatever the API people, they give the structure, it should be exactly 100% matched. So in that case, here and there, we will be using this Groovy script and also these conversions. Now let me show you, trigger this message now. Now if you see, like all the fields has converted into an array.
Yes.
Since we have converted, this is some rare cases where every field should be an array. In such cases, we get to.
Yes.
I will just put it in a notepad.
Perfect.
like this. Like each and every field has been converted to array. So for suppose, okay,
Yes.
we doesn't want like this. We want only a particular field to be an array. Okay. We don't want all these
Mm-hmm.
things. Then we
Mm-hmm.
can go, we have that option also. That is called here in the convert XML elements to JSON array. Instead of all, you can select specified ones. Not only one, you can give the list. If you want to give the list, you can give the list. Same. In the earlier class, I said you about the XPath, right? The address of that particular
Yes.
field.
Yes. Yes.
So similarly, we use the same concept here. Just go back. So let us think. I want an array for supplier field. Okay, all the supplier fields
Okay.
should be in an array. So I'll just copy these products
Products slash
slash
products slash.
product and supplier array. Okay, I'll add one more field if it's required. I'll add unit price also. Okay, now I'm saving it. See, when such things happen, you can just reload it. Okay, there is nothing to report to SAP. So very often you'll be having this type of pop-ups. Okay, like error while saving the new version, or you're unable to edit the particular iFlow, contact your system
Mm.
administrator. All these things you'll be getting. Even in the
Okay.
real time, you just reload it. Everything will work.
Okay.
I mean, the other pop-up you get is like you are not able to access this. You do not have the authorization to edit the iFlow. Please contact your system administrator. So you can ignore such things. Just click on edit. It will, I mean, reload. It will work.
Okay.
Just saving as a version and then deploying it. Go to Postman now. Just click on send. If you observe here, only the supplier ID and unit price has been converted into string. I will put it in a
Very.
proper JSON. Only these two fields is converted into array. The rest everything
Correct.
is normal. Okay.
Yes.
In real time, the most common thing apart from this array, the other thing will be like to convert whenever a numerical will be coming, you do not want to send the double quotes. Okay. The very
Yes.
common things when we are dealing with APIs. So if we go to this one, this is the output, right? When we deal with certain API, the most common
Mm.
thing will be if you are getting text,
Yes.
double quote should be there. If you are getting this single numericals, we don't want to put a double quotes for that. We need to send it as it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is the most common thing we use it in the see it in the real time. So we have a Groovy script for that. Like when we convert this into a string, automatically all the numericals will be converted like this. That I will tell you in the Groovy script class. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just telling you like this. For an example, API expects like this. Whenever a numerical for a certain fields, we have like 5 fields or 6 fields. So for all those fields, we don't want to send double quotes. Then that's a doable task in CPI.
Mm.
And for removal of anything also, we do use small Groovy script to remove any particular name or something. We can just remove it as required. So this is about the XML to JSON converter, like converting a standard XML message. And here the prerequisite is XML should be in a standard format. Okay. We have many third-party tools to check whether the XML message is valid or not. If for some reason, if
Correct.
XML is not valid, the converter will not work.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's see the opposite version of XML to JSON. Let's come back like JSON to XML. We'll see. Let's take our XML message. So JSON message, we'll take the JSON message. The same JSON message will give the input now, and we will try to get back our XML message. Okay. So just removing this, going back to the again converters. Now we discussed about XML to JSON. Now we will discuss the opposite way, like JSON to XML converter. We have at the third option, XML to JSON to XML converter. Just placing it on the connector. This drag in the processing. If you see, earlier we were having suppress root element. In XML to
Yes.
JSON, we are having suppress XML root element. But in JSON to XML, we have add root element. I just remove these as of now. Okay, we'll just do the standard one first. So now if you see the JSON, this is JSON message, which we are going to queue. So this is the separator. JSON separator is colon. Okay, we need to just verify that. Ideally, it will be colon only 90% of the cases. In case if semicolon or something other used, we can select according to that. Okay. The standard JSON message, we have the colon itself. We're not changing anything. Just we have dragged and dropped the JSON to XML converter, and we are saving it. And then deploying it. Okay. We just saved and deployed JSON to XML converter. Going back to the postman. So the same message, I mean, instead of giving the, if you give the XML message, I'll get error. Just click on send. I'll get 500 error.
Okay.
Because if you see the error, I won't show the errors also. Because it will expect only the JSON
JSON.
message.
Yes.
So whatever the converter we are using, we need to make sure the input will be in the respective format only. If you are giving
Oh,
XML to JSON, the input should be in XML. If you are giving JSON to XML, the input should be JSON. Input in the sense input here. Before this also many palette options can be there, but the moment whatever you're giving to the which enters to this converter, this palette option, that should be in a valid JSON format. So you can see 500 error. 500 error means it's 100% like it has failed in CPI due to some
yes.
parameters. Okay. And you'll be aware about 401, 402, like 403 errors, all these things. Authentication, authorization issues, everything. So ideally, if you are getting any 500 errors, it is failed during the processing in the IFlow. That is CPI error. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's go back and remove this XML message and bring our JSON message, which got generated initially. Just putting it here and then clicking on send. Now, if you see, we will get a valid XML message. The message which we gave initially, we got it here. Can you see exact message we got it? We got back.
Yes.
Okay. So here, if you closely observe, I mean, I'll just deviate a little bit from the converters since I have the related topic here. Okay, let me complete this route and come back. So now coming back to this add root element. So now we have this product. Okay. So for suppose, so let us think we want to add one more root element at the top to match the structure. So then we can add the root element and we can give the name of our choice. It's not mandatory like it should be root. We can give anything. Okay. See, instead of root, I'm going to give CPI training something. Okay, even if I give that, it will work. Now what will happen? CPI training will come at the top. Just deploying it. See, by default, now we have two. Okay. If you're not having this root element, then we can add it. So whatever the root element we want, we can just check this add root element and we can give the name of that root element which we want in the target message. Target message is an output of this palette. So now if I go back, let me see it's deployed. 340 is deployed. Go back to Postman and click on this. Can you see we got one more tag element on the top?
Yes.
Okay. So whatever in the, I'm just reiterating, in XML to JSON, when we are giving XML to JSON, we have the option of suppressing the root element. Just the opposite way, when we use this JSON to XML, we have this opposite option of adding the root element. Okay, just ulta, just adding the root element we have, and the root element we can give of any name of our choice. It can be, if we are not changing anything, by default it will be added as root. Okay.
Yes.
So this is about XML to JSON and JSON to XML converter. See now if you see here, so the message which we gave was this one. If you see, this was the one which we gave. Okay. But when we did the opposite conversion, we got this one. It is also exactly the same. But the only thing if you observe is the first XML tag has been added. So whenever you do these conversions, this tag gets added by default. Okay. Whenever you're using the splitters, massive mapping, or this converters, like converting to XML, this XML tag gets added automatically. Okay. And there will be certain systems where they do not expect this XML tag. They say like, okay, I do not want all these XML tags. Can you send only from products? Okay. Can just send only this one. Whatever this is expected. Don't send me any XML tags. So in the earlier days, we were using Groovy script to eliminate this tag also. But now we have a standard option to remove these XML tags.
Okay.
Okay. And now if you just click on edit, but this will also create certain times the issue. I mean this XML tag also, the front and the top one. Now if you see, like just drag a little bit down, at the bottom you have this XML modifier. Okay, click on XML modifier, place it here. I'm not changing anything. That to the same JSON to XML message, I'm just adding this XML modifier. Go to processing, and here if you see, I have this option, remove XML declaration. Just check that box. That's it. Just save as version. Now just go back. Now if you see, it's content in 1 minute. I'll just show step by step. I'll just remove this one. Let's go to processing. I don't want this. It's deployed now. I just want to show you in the trace. So let's go to
Yes.
post one. Click on send. Okay. Now this is the message which we got. Now if
That's
you
good.
want to see how it has progressed, you can go back to this message. It's completed here. Just go to logs. Click on trace. You'll see the message which has progressed from here to here. If you want to see the input message, just click here. The message which is coming from post run. Just click on payload. So we are getting the message in a JSON format. Just move to the next step. We're converting the JSON to XML converter in this format. You see, we got this XML tags here. Till here we got.
Yes.
So now in the next step, we are removing that XML tag. I mean, the end message, if you see, those tags has been removed successfully.
Yes.
Okay.
So Karan,
Likewise,
what if we have the XML to JSON converter and in the input this XML header is coming?
yeah, it will take. No, not an issue. See, but CPI in CPI by default, one advantage is either you send the header or you doesn't send the header. I'll show you right away because we have all of it ready. Now, since this is clear, right?
Yes.
Either you send the header or not, or you don't send the header, it will by default treat it as an XML message. In the
Okay.
input, it will handle automatically. If you see, I'm going back this XML to JSON. Your question was to this XML. Now I'm sending this XML message.
Yes.
I'm not going to change anything in CPI. Just go to processing.
Yeah.
That's it. Not changing anything. Ideally, it will take. If you see, while sending the input, it will read by default. The system will
Okay.
ignore. Only in the output we will be facing these issues.
Got it.
Issues in the sense only if the external system says, okay, don't send me this XML tag, then we will be removing. But in CPI, even though you now see, let us say, I'll remove this tag and send, I'll get the same output only. System will automatically recognize whether you send the XML tag, whether it doesn't send, it will treat it as an XML message only. If the data is in a proper XML format.
Yeah.
Clear, right? Because for this case, even now, few people will be using this Groovy script to remove this tag, like using a replace all script, they'll be using. So no need to use that. So you can just go to this XML modifier step and just click that checkbox. It will be deleted. It will
Okay.
automatically remove the XML tags. Because in the converters which we use frequently, we have four converter which we use frequently: CSV to XML, JSON to XML, XML to CSV, and XML to JSON. Out of four, three are very straightforward. Like as two we had discussed now, only one we have a little bit of challenges. The first one, CSV to XML. I'll come back to that in the last point. Now let's move on to the next one. As of now, we discussed XML to JSON and then JSON to XML. Both converters has been done. Now moving to the next one, which is called XML to CSV. Since we already have the XML message, now let's see how we are going to convert into CSV converter. Okay. Now, if you see here, we need to tell the system somewhere the fields are present. Under which particular element the fields are present. So the fields are present under products. Under product, we have the list of fields. So we need to give here /products and /product. Okay. Path to source element, nothing but XPath. We need to give where these fields are present. Okay, and these fields are present under products product. Okay. So just selecting. So now we have moved on to the third topic for the day, which is called XML to CSV converter. Just clicking on / sorry. /products / product. Okay. I'm not changing anything. Just save as a function. Let me check this one out. I'll tell what it is. Now go back to Postman. Just maximize this and click on send. You see, I'll just put it in a notepad. You'll get like this, a proper CSV format. This will be very straightforward. Okay, and but here we need to be little bit aware. So we need to tell the system from where the fields are present. If we execute directly, it will not work. So we need, since it is 2 level, we have given 2 level. If it is 3 level, 4th level also, we need to tell from where exactly system needs to read the file. So that is what I have given here. So path to source element here. So I'm telling the system, okay, the fields are present under product. So on the top of that, I have products. So I'm just brought the system here and asked, okay, these are the field names and these are the field values. And that is what I have got it here. Okay. So here we have one more option here, include field names and as headers. Since I checked this one, I got the field names, everything. If I remove this, I will not get anything. The headers will be removed. Just saving it and deploy. It's deployed. And see, the field names got removed by default. If you want only the values, we can get it. If you want the field names and values also, we can get it.
Yes.
Okay. Because the conversions, it is very simple. It's straightforward. The only thing is we need to, in this in XML to CSV, the other first two was very straightforward. This one a little bit, this thing we need to know. If in case I change this one, it will not work. Okay. I just show the negative case as well. So in case I gave the wrong path to source element, it's deployed. I long click send. I'll not get anything.
Hmm.
Why? Because it is searching for the fields under here, under products. So under products, if you see notepad here, it is searching for the fields at this particular at this level. So at this level, there is
Yes.
no product, no fields. So that is why we are getting
Yes.
blank. So system is not reading anything. So we are getting a blank CSV file. So we should be very careful when we decide. The option is simple. This one, the option is simple, but we need to be careful. Like where exactly the fields are there, we need to give that respective XST path.
Okay.
While doing this XML to CSV converter. Okay, these are all
Okay.
not that much required. Using parent elements, all this, and not aware also.
Okay.
I will move on to the next one. So the last fourth one is very important, but little bit tricky. The opposite way. So now let us think. Where is the other one? We got this output, right? Now, if you get this output and if you want to convert into an XML message, this is not a straightforward one. I'll tell you why. Because this is let's say, still limitation in CPI. If you see, go back like converter. Now I want to for the first one. Now I want to convert the opposite way. If I want to convert the opposite way from CSV to XML, here it will ask for a XML schema.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It will ask for an XML schema for which we do not have any standard option to generate in CPI. Even as on today, we are dependent on third-party tools available online.
Okay.
So either the target system people or the external system people, they need to give the schema, or if they do not give, let us think. Now our job is to, okay, we have this. Forget about all the things which we discussed till now. Now let us focus on. We have this CSV message. Now our job
Mhm.
is to convert this CSV message into a proper standard XML format. Okay. So these are the
Yeah.
field names and these are the field values. So this is what we
Yes.
have. So when we want to convert like this, we do not have any standard option in XML to generate the schema. Till date, SMB has not released any feature such like that. So we're dependent on the third-party tools only. So for that, what we do, Control C, either in our test package using the CSV, generate a CSV to JSON. Sorry, directly go to Google. Sorry. CSV to XML converter first directly, because this is a limitation which CPI has SAP has not released.
Hmm.
Just place the CSV format. Convert CSV to XML. we get like this. Okay, just copy this. Now go to other tab. Now type XML to XSD converter to generate this schema. I'm telling. Just using third-party tool, I have converted the CSV to XML, and using another third-party tool, I'm just generating this schema. Okay. And to generate this schema, you need to have this at least a sample XML. So I've given the sample XML. Either the external system they'll need to give us. If they're not giving, then we should only be able to generate it. So this is the schema. Just putting it online. Just copying this, putting it in a notepad. Because this we do not require. This is a third-party website name. So I'm just removing it as language XML. Okay. So now we have the list of fields here. If you see, unit stock, record, all the list of 8 fields or 10 fields, we have it here. And if you see here properly, so our job is to get this product. Under that, we need to get the list of fields. But here by default, since we dependent on the third-party tools, by default it got added as root and row. Okay, so we will be changing it here. Just copy these products and replace it here. Changing select as product and replace it here. So in this schema, we are defining it as the top element or the first root element will be products. Under that, we'll be having product. Under that, we'll be having the list of fields. Okay. So this schema will be using here. There will be two places where we use this XSD schema more frequently. One is in this CSV to XML converter. The other will be extensively used in the message mapping. In message mapping, schema is bread and butter. Okay. Even there, we do not have any option. We are completely dependent on third-party tools only. Okay. And in this schema, I want to tell you about two things. One is this type. Either we can declare as Boolean, string, decimal, all these things for each and every field. That is one thing. And we have, so normally we call it as XSD in, hi, you're there? Hello? Hello?
Yes,
So
Karan, I'm there only.
see, in this XSD, I want to tell you about, we call it as XSD. Few people call it as schema, few people call it as XSD. XSD is nothing but external definition, okay?
Yes.
So you can call it as XSD. So in XSD, we have three things. One is to declare the field names. So if you want to change the field names, basic knowledge like if you want to change the field names, you can give the field list of fields here, fields and field names. And if you want to declare the types, string, Boolean, everything, you can declare it here, okay? And we have one more thing called maximum occurrence and minimum occurrence. Okay. So by default, it will be, I'll put it here. We have this. In detail, I'll tell you in the message mapping class, but since the topic has come, just tell you.
Okay.
Okay. We'll be having 0 and unbounded or 0 and 1, for example.
Okay.
Just to tell you. So what is 0, what is 1, what is unbounded means? If we are giving 0, means there will be 3 iterations. Minimum occurrence 0, 1. These 3 things will be in the XSD more frequently. Okay.
Okay.
See, for an example, now I can just give like this. After this one, I can give minimum occurrence as 0 and maximum occurrence as unbounded. Okay. This means this field is an optional field where it may come or it may not come. And if it is coming, it can come infinite times also.
Okay.
Okay. If it is 0 means it is an optional field. So for example, if I
Okay.
put it as 1, it means this field is a mandatory field. So if a value is not coming to this field, then the message will fail it in CPI as mandatory field missing. So these things I'll tell you in the message mapping class. So since the topic has come telling, so whenever you're seeing an XSD, you need to look into 3 things. One is the field names and the level where we are getting everything. Second thing is what is the type here. And the third thing is minimum and maximum occurrence. Okay. See, by default, it will be like only for one or the other field, it will be there. But if you want to add, you can just add it in a sequence. Minimum occurrence and maximum occurrence. You'll be having a lot of sample XSDs online. You can just download any XSD and edit over there.
Okay.
Okay, 0, it is an optional field. If it is 1, it's in a mandatory field. If it is unbounded, it can come. It can come any number of times. Minimum occurrence is not required. In maximum occurrence, if it's unbounded, it can come any number of times. If it is 1 means it will come only once.
Okay.
So as of now, if you see why it is unbounded means it has come more than once. But that is why by default system has taken unbounded because we have given product 2 occurrence. So that is why the system has taken by default as unbounded.
Okay.
If it is more than once, it is unbounded. So now this is our XML schema which we prepared it online. Just putting it. Okay. This XML schema, just open a notepad, paste it here, and save it as a .xst file. Converter.xst, all types, and putting in the top.
I think the screen got freezed. I'm still on the Notepad++ screen.
Okay, let me reshare it 1 minute. Just a minute.
Yes. Please take your time.
I'll stop and reshare. We had here because which one? This is the CSV file which we had. We need to convert into a proper XML format. So now you can load it here. So we have 2 options to load the file. One first option is I'll show both. You can directly load it here. See, if you select here, if you're having anything, it will be here. Okay. If you want to have anything here, you can go back. You can upload for anything to upload or download. There is one place called references. Okay. Earlier I said you about deployment status and problems. In the references, you can directly upload anything. All files, mappings, everything. Now it's our schema, right? Click on schema, XSD, browse, converter, add. So now our whatever the schema which we prepared for converting, that particular schema is present in references. So references is one place, it's like a library, like whatever the external files or any mappings or any scripts, anything will be present here. This is one place where you get everything, all files which has been stored in the as part of the IFlow. So now the schema which we prepared, it is here. Now if you go back to the IFlow, I'm telling you again, deployment status I covered about deployment status, problems, any compilation errors, references, all the files, XSD, schemas, scripts, everything will be here. Okay.
Okay.
Now coming back to the converter in the processing. Now if you do the select, you'll be having this option. We uploaded over there, right? We'll be having this option here. That is one option, whether you can upload there or you can upload from directly from here also. Upload from system, you can directly upload here also. Both ways. Either upload from there or upload in the reference lab, both will be reflecting the same.
Got it.
So now here again we need to define. So what is the path to store the target XSTs? So just like the opposite way we declared it there, we need to declare it here. Okay, what is the root element, parent element, or everything. So we're just declaring it like this. Flash product. Slash product. This is not a mandatory field, not required. Field separated in CSV, just I'm putting the file which we are doing is a CSV file, right? It is a comma separated file. So I'm putting it as a comma separated file. I have not changed anything. Just save as version.
Okay.
And deploy. Go to Postman. So now our input, if you trigger this, you get 500 error. As usual, why? Because we are using a CSV to XML. So the input should be a CSV format. So now let's copy the message which we got earlier. Control C. Just deleting this message, putting it here. We're giving a CSV message and just click on send. We're triggering the message. We got the output. Let's see what we have got. Let's beautify this and copy this and put to a notepad. And click on language, click on XML. If you see, there is a mistake has happened. We have got 3 iterations. Like we got the
Yes.
XML tag, we got the products, product, and product. So one thing is system has misread the first line also as a fields. This one.
Yes.
It has misread this line. The first
Yes.
row, it has misread as the field
It
values.
is.
See, because system will
Yes.
not know. We will know that
Yeah.
is header, but we didn't tell the system that whatever present in the first row is a header. So we have this
Yes.
option, exclude first line header. Okay, click on edit. Just check this one. I'm changing anything. Just deploy. Okay. And I'm going to Postman. Now click on send. XML. Now we got proper format which we sent in the initial. Okay.
Yes.
So we started from the XML message, like we gave this XML message, we got the JSON, we gave the JSON, we got back the XML message, and again we gave this XML message, we generated this CSV format, we gave the CSV format back, and we got back our initial XML message from where we started. Okay. Out of the 4 converters, the last converter, which CSV to XML, that is a little bit tricky because we should have some basic knowledge on the XSD generation, everything. Okay, where to edit, what to do, we need to know. Like all these field names, parent element, root element, everything we need to know. Like in case if you want to add
Yes.
any names also, because I have this schema ready in my system. So for the next developer interface, I need to do something. I mean, I need to have one more integration where the field names are a little bit different. So now again, no need to go to third party to generate everything. If you're having a little bit of knowledge on the XSDs, you can edit it here itself. Edit or add or do any alteration modifications you can do in the existing XSD, and you can validate it. You can check the XSD validation online. You can validate once they have a proper XSD or the schema. You can do the conversion from a CSV to XML format. Only for the CSV to XML, we need the schema. For all the other 3 converters, it is a straightforward job.
Yeah.
Okay. This is about the converters topic. The rest EDA converters I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Okay,
Why this warning is coming?
which one?
In the converter, there is a warning symbol.
Just click on here. Just drag up. If you go to problems, it will tell it will not accept CSV. HTTP sender adapter may not pass text message to CSV to XML converter.
Okay.
You can ignore the
Okay.
warnings. It's not required. It is
Yes,
telling
sir.
about this adapter that it will not pass CSV message.
Just ask for the information.
Yeah. No. We will have many warnings going forward. Like while you do the development also, if this is coming, you can ignore it. Not an issue. If any errors, you need to fix it. Otherwise, it will not work. It will not deploy also.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. This is about the converters. I said you about the XML modifier also. So here I want to. Okay, let me start with encoders and decoders. So before going to encode and decoders, I'll just tell you about one small script which will be useful and going forward regularly. I'll just go back. Okay. I'm not telling you about the Groovy scripts. So I just want to tell about only one particular feature. So where it will be useful when you practice also. So regularly, like I have explained you about the trace functionality, like we need to enable the trace within 10 minutes, the message should process all these things. So let us think, okay, in real time, it will not work out. Like when we'll not know, yeah, I mean, the data it will be in a real time basis. We'll not know when the data will be, when the sender will be sending the message. But we need to log it and we need to see it in CPI. What sender has
Okay.
sent, what we are sending it to receiver. At least that's like, I mean, for a support basis for BAU purpose, it is required to see what we are processing through CPI. In such cases, we have a standard script which is called logger script, which will be used in Groovy. You can use it anywhere, n number of times also. So if you want to use the Groovy script, I'm not going with Groovy script topic now. I'm just telling about only one script. Just go to here in the scripts, select the Groovy script and place it wherever it's required. Okay. Just place it like this. And if you see here the plus symbol, just click on create. If you click on this create, by default, a standard syntax or standard script will be generated by default. It means you're not starting from the scratch. By default, one script will be generated, like what to do with the body. I mean, I'll remove the commented lines, so it will be more easier.
It's more of Python syntax.
Yeah. If you see here, we'll be having three phases. One is for the body, one is for the headers, one is for the properties.
Okay.
Okay. So this script, you'll get it by default. Whenever you create a Groovy script, by default, you'll start it from here. So I'm not going, since I don't want to deviate from the topic. I'll just bring this script.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the script which I placed it here. This is again what it will do. I'll just show you. So it will check if the message, I'll just show you what, I mean, you'll understand rather than reading about the script. I'm just saving it as a version. And deploy it. Okay, it's deployed. Now go to the postman and triggering the message again. Okay, I got the output as usual. I mean, I didn't do anything. I got the output. Now, if you go to the message processing here, see, as usual, like we have the failed start, everything we are having. Now, if you see the earlier message, here we have only status, properties, logs, and artifacts details. What is status, properties, logs, and artifact details. But if you go to the latest message, which I triggered just now, you'll be having one more tab called attachments. Okay. If you click on attachments, you'll see the payload here itself. Payload and say what was the message at that particular point of time. In short, what I want to tell you is, if you're using this logger script, it will log the message at that particular point of time. If you're using the logger script here, it will show the message what is present at this point of time. If you're using it here, if you're using it at 10 step, 15 step, as many times wherever you want, you can use it.
Okay.
If you see, I'll show you how it is there. It will show you the message, complete message here. The message which was visible in Postman, it is here. It doesn't mean like you need to use it at the end itself. You can use in the beginning, first step, you can use You can use the 5th step, you can use 10th step, 15th step. So wherever it's required, n number of times you can use it.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the advantage means in the real time for the support purpose. So whatever the message sender is sending, whatever, let us think the message got failed in CPI. So we are now, sender will not know what message he has sent. He'll be setting up an automated job. So then it will be very tough to debug without knowing what message has hit CPI. So in such cases, as soon as the message enters CPI, we will log it. And when ideally in the real time, the moment it enters CPI, we will log it. And the moment we send it to the target, we will log it. So these two cases, we'll do it mandatorily in the day-to-day life. When it
All right.
enters, we log it. When we leave, again, we log it.
Okay.
In between, if it is required, we will use it. Okay. But ideally, this logger script is also not recommended when we are using this large amount of data. For example, we are processing 5 MB, 10 MB, 20 MB of data. It is not recommended to store such data unless until it is required. Normally, what the people
Okay.
will do, they will set up a if-else condition uh, during this hypercare period or till the time this integration is stable, they enable this logger. And once the integration is stable and you don't have any processing issues, we can disable the loggers. Logger is the
Okay.
script.
Okay.
I'm not deviating from the script. It's just a script. So whatever the attachment name is there, we're just putting it here. We're just printing the payload, what message content, which is present at this particular point of time as an attachment. Where you can see it, here you can see it. In the message processing, you'll be having an additional tab called attachments, and that is where you can see it.
Okay.
Okay. This is about loggers. I mean, because since while you're practicing it, you can make uses of that. Instead of enabling the trace everything, if you just put a logger, we can just remove that, ignore the trace option.
Got it.
Now moving on to the next one. Encoders and decoders, we'll just see it. So basically for a security purpose, we have these 4 types of encoders and we have 4 types of decoders. This is very straightforward. It's very easy also. There is nothing much to learn, but as a practice, I'll just show all the 4. So we have this base64 encoder. We have zip compression. We have gzip compression. We have this MIME multipart encoder. So we don't need to worry about what algorithms everything has been used. These algorithms has been used in the backend. So we do not need to worry on that. For
Okay.
example, you see, I just want to encode the message. This is just purely based on security purpose. I'm just
Yes.
encoding. If you want to encode based on base 64, just drag and drop base 64. You do not have any other option. If you want to change the name, you can change it. Encoding something.
Okay.
It will be named, will be changed. That's it. Okay, you can just save it as a version. Deploy. Okay. Now if you see, click the same message. I'll get an encrypted format, which is at least something in readable format. Some alphanumeric, I have got it. So the only thing we need to be keep in mind is when as external system, be it a sender or be it a target, is telling, okay, what are the encoding mechanisms you have? We need to be aware, like we have 4 encoding and 4 decoding, mean just opposite of that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll be aware, like if the sender has been encoding the message in base 64, we need to decode it in base 64 only. We cannot use the opposite algorithm. Okay.
Okay.
Same thing if you see here, I'll use the opposite one. See, in the encoders, we have this 4, base 64, zip compression, gzip compression, MIME multipart encoder. In the decoders, we have the opposite one. Okay.
Correct.
Use the opposite one here again. Okay, I'll just use one more Groovy script to just show you the output in CPI itself. See, this script you'll be seeing each and every iFlow. So it's just a copy paste. I'm just putting a meaningful name to show you. See now, if you see, I've just put name the script as logger. Well, if you see anywhere in the standard IFlows, anywhere as logger, it means like you don't have any other functionality. It is just logging the message as an attachment. Okay.
Okay.
Normal people put it as logger, logging anything. Even in standard IFlows, you can see if you see this thing, no need to open and see the script. It is just like logging, nothing else. Deployed. Going back to the postman. Let's just check there. Now I got a proper XML message. If you want to see like how the base64 word, encoding word, how the decoder work, I have enabled the attachments, right? So now if you see the latest message in the attachments, I'll be having two things: base64 encoder, base64 decoder. If you want to download it here. If you want to see directly in CPI itself, you can download means it will download to your system. If you want to see it here, double click here. All the attachments will be present, followed by a tab. Just close it. You see the message which we sent got encoded into base64 encoder like this, and post
Yes.
that here the message is present here is in encoded format. We immediately decode it using the same similar decoder. Just see here, we got the message back.
Okay.
Okay. So what I want to
Yeah.
tell you, by using these loggers, we will know at least wherever it's just like keeping checkpoints. So wherever we are okay at this particular point of time, I want to see the data in the real time also. We can keep these checkpoints as loggers. Okay.
Okay.
So similarly, I'll just show on a brief thing the other decoders and encoders also. In same way, I'll just remove this. Just removing this. Go to encoder. Base64 is done, and zip compression. So zip compression here normally we do is zip and gzip whenever we are dealing with what I can tell you. So huge files. So let us think we don't have any transformation in CPI, or there are transformation, but okay, they have people they're telling they're placing the files, 1 GB file, or let us think a 500 MB file they're placing in they want to process through CPI. Okay, it is very huge. So we can
Okay.
recommend that either you can zip the file or gzip the file so that file size will be reduced, just like we do it in the normal day-to-day life. While we send a mail,
Sure.
we zip it and send, right? So similarly, the source people, they can zip the file and send. We
Okay.
can do the opposite, like gzip, the opposite way we can decompress it.
Got it.
Okay, we have two options. Like whenever dealing with heavy files, we can go with either zip compression or zip decompression.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And here, one thing we want to tell you, since the topic has come. So let us think we are using such scenario that zip decompression or compression, let us whatever you're doing, you should do the moment it comes to CPI itself. It means, can I tell you? Okay, we have split a topic that I'll discuss it later. So whenever you're dealing with any heavy file, here processing will happen block by block. Okay, it's not something like you put the splitter, like you're splitting the message and sending. You cannot use it at the third step or second step, something. If the message
Okay.
wants to come from here to here, the whole message will get loaded here and then it will come here.
Okay.
Okay, you're
Got
getting
it.
right.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
logger also, you need the next step. Even if you're using splitter, for example, they're telling, I'm sending you 1 lakh records in one bunch. So we'll be thinking, okay, I have a splitter option. I'll be sending in 1,000 records of chunks to the target. So in that case, you cannot use logger or any other thing before that. Okay.
Okay.
Whenever it's you dealing with a large size of messages, it is recommended to use less transformations in CPI.
Okay.
Now I'll just use the opposite way. It's not like all the transformations we are going to do it in CPI. So it's about mutual discussion between if you're going with an S1 project in between the developer and we or the target system. I use zip compression. I've just used the opposite way. Just use the deployed. Write the message and send. You'll get the same output. I'll just show it in CPI itself. The latest message at 4:30. Go to attachments. So earlier the message was at least in a proper alphanumerical value. Here it is not even readable format. Okay, it is completely gzip. You ignore the names. It is a gzip. Zip compression.
Yes.
Not zip. Only zip. We are not use gzip. Zip compression. Here we
Yeah.
have unzipped it here. We got the output. Zip and gzip will not be even in a readable format also.
Yes.
The same thing I'll show you zip also. So for all these things, we do not have any option. It is just like drag and drop and use it. The only thing is we need to keep in mind, okay, these are the 4 options that we have it in CPI. Other than that, there is nothing much to learn on this. I'm using this gzip and decoder as gzip decompression.
Okay.
If you just place on the line, it will be automatically adjusted. That is one thing. I want to tell you one more thing. Either you just click here and select the option, any option telling. Just select the option directly and place it on the line. It will be automatically adjusted. If you're feeling discomfort, you can just select here and click on this plus symbol. Okay, so type for the one which you are expecting. So you will get it in the bottom. Just select it there. It will automatically get inserted. Okay. Save and deploy. Go to the postman. Send. The message got processed. Same as usual, just going back. Attachments. You can just ignore the names. I have given the same names. This is G compression and G decompression. So G compression, it is not even, we are not even getting any alphanumericals. It's completely in a not readable format. There is non-readable format because even if you copy and put it in Postman, it will not work. So that is why I'm just using it in the same IFlow. If I copy this and put it in a Postman request message, it will not take.
Yes. It's not a
Just
usable
the
format.
IFlow itself, I'm just using the opposite way. In the opposite way, the message got decompressed. G decompressed. Okay, I'm telling you again, 4 options we have. Whatever the option we are using, we need to use the exactly opposite algorithms. The leftover one, the last one, MIME. Here we have little bit of options. I'm not using anything, means completely high level of algorithms. Decoder.
Okay.
Deployed. Go into Postman. Click on send. Okay. Go to the intelligence suite. Message processing. Just refresh. The latest message is at 4:32. Go to attachments. Okay. This message you'll be seeing sometimes in the certificates, all these things, right? If you're aware. This format. Okay, just the opposite way. It got decoded. Okay, decoded.
Okay.
So we have the other things like encryption, decryption, PGP encryption, decryption that we have, like sharing the keys, all these things. The encoding mechanisms, we have 4 encoding mechanisms: base64, compression, sorry, Z compression, G decompression, G, sorry, base64, zip, sorry, base64, zip compression, G zip compression, and MIME. Okay, so these are the
Yes.
4 types. And here one more thing, when you're practicing or in the real time, so let us think when you develop like this. Okay, it's like all the cursors are just like ulta, I mean, just move here and there. So you're facing difficulties in arranging like this, all these lines. Okay, so recently, this has come very recently, hardly this year only. So what we can do, let us think you are having like 15 or 20 options. It's a time taking task like to put it in a proper readable format. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
then you can
Yes.
just select this integration process, just an
Okay.
alignment, okay? Either you can align horizontally, you can see, or you can align vertically. I'm just clicking this. Automatically system will
Okay.
align. Okay, you don't need to worry on that. So you do whatever the way you want. You keep up and down, you do whatever the way you want. And the final step, if you want to disalign everything, you see this option very recently. Earlier we were not having. We were facing a lot of issues like arranging these arrows,
It's
everything.
just like can say pretty printer kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. If you
Yeah.
go for vertically, it will put it like this.
Okay.
The same thing.
Vertical, horizontal option is better than this.
Yeah. If you put horizontal also, it will just select like this.
Yeah.
So normally when this process will be useful means in the real time, we'll be selecting to many receivers, like we'll be having lookups, we'll be doing 5 calls, 6 calls, everything here and there. The iflow will be little bit not in a proper readable format. And we don't need to spend time. Just click here on the iflow. Just this one, it'll automatically be arranged.
Okay.
So this is about the converters and encoders and decoders. It's very straightforward. I'll tell you about the filters now. Filter is, I mean, converter decoders with nothing to learn much there, nothing much. But filter is a very good topic. We need to pay attention. You see here, filter is a single topic, but we have a lot of uh, things to be learned under that. Select filter, just placing it here. So filter, the name itself suggests it is used to filter the data, whatever the XML, the message which we are giving. So for
Mhm.
filter, I'm telling you, the input should be in an XML format.
Okay.
Okay. There are here and there are some palette options where because since the earlier tool PAP was in XML, right? So here and there are palette options where the input should be in XML format. Now you'll understand, okay, I want to filter the data, but my data is in CSV. What I will use before the filter, I will use CSV to XML. After the
CS
filter,
to
I will use
XML.
XML. Yeah.
First,
So
we
let
will
us
use
think sender is
converter
sending
and then
CSV.
filter.
Sender is sending CSV, but I want to remove some records or do something, some operation on that, but I don't
Mhm.
have a XML. So what I'll do, I will do like this.
Put a
Just
converter.
put a converter, CSV to XML before,
Yes.
the same XML to CSV after.
Yes.
So my issue will be
Correct.
solved. Sending input to XML, immediately I'm getting XML output, I'm immediately converting it to CSV.
Correct.
Okay, likewise, I mean, converters I'm telling. So now let's move on to the filter topic quickly. So in filter, we have only 2 options, but 2 options are very much important. One is the XPath expression. The XPath expression is nothing but the XPath
Got
which
it.
I was telling you. And we have the value
Yes.
type. We have almost 5 or 6 value types. Okay.
Okay.
Whatever the XML message which we give, that will be filtered based on the value type which we select. Okay. I have a list of fields which I have. Let me bring that. How they prepared it. Let me take a simple one and then I'll give a complex one. I'll select, I'll show you all the permutations and combinations. Now let's scrap all these things. Since IFlow is not yet deployed. So let me take the input as simple one node. Okay, I'm not changing anything. I'm just sending node value node.
Karan, just wait for 2 minutes. I got one call.
Yeah, okay, fine. No issues. Yeah. Here, I'll just put all the permutations combinations I want to show you. Just selecting it as node. Okay. This deploy. Oh shit. I'll explain you in detail 1 minute.
Yeah, please take your time.
Yeah. So now if you see, so we have 5 value. I'll just explain it theoretically and explain practically. So we have 5 value types. So basically starting from node list, node, string, integer, and boolean. So apart from filtering the complete XML, so we'll just focus on first as how to filter the data. Okay. So for an example, if you want to get this node, okay, discontinue or something, this completely is called node. The list of all nodes is nothing but node list.
Yes.
Okay, node and node list. And if you want to get any particular value, so I want to get the value of discontinued. Okay, so it is false. Or let us say I want to get the value of product name. Product name is called chai. So this is a string. So if I want to get that particular value, then I need to go for string. Okay, string followed by respective XPath expression. If I want to get any particular numerical value, then I need to select this integer. Okay, if I want to check whether this particular node is coming in the field or not. Okay, I want to check, okay, this product name, whether it is coming in the incoming XML or not, whether it has come or it has not come, I want to check. Then I can go for Boolean. What will happen? If that node exists, it will return a true. If the node doesn't exist, it will return a false. So this is the just a basic thing. I will show you all the permutations. This is the basic thing what filter can do. But when we combine the filter, we have a lot of other options because that's what I'm telling. Next to content modifier, filter is also more important thing, which we use frequently in real time. People call it as content filter or filter. So we have 5 types, starting with if you want the list of nodes, it will be node list. Only node, you can select as node. If you want any string value, string, integer value, integer. If you want like to check, okay, node exists or node doesn't exist, you can go for Boolean. If a node exists, it will return true. If it doesn't exist, it will return false. So as of now, I have selected as node. Okay, maybe you'll just configure, put it as CPI. Okay, just an example. So here, if you see, and they're not, I'll just put it as, I'll get the complete node.
Okay.
Let me deploy it. First, I'll explain with basic example. Then I'll show you like at least 2 examples how to filter the incoming example.
Sure.
So now I'm just taking just a one-liner node. So now if I just click on send, if I click on node, I'll get what happened? CPI.
This node I think doesn't exist in the XML.
Earlier I gave for node, it came work. So if I give node, one minute, somewhere I did some mistake. It didn't get deployed properly. Deployed. And now I'm getting. Okay. I'll not, but let me see why CPI I'm not getting. This should also work, right? It's going back. Yeah.
It's working.
Maybe it didn't get deployed properly. So now if you see, if I'm selecting node, I'm getting the complete node. Okay. Now see, now I'll not change the XPath anything. I'll just we'll just play around with value types. Now the same
Done.
thing, if I select a string, the output will be coming as value 1. If you see, selected as string, save it as a version. Earlier we didn't deploy properly, that's why it didn't reflect.
Yeah.
So now instead of node, I selected a string. String means it will select, okay, for this node, we are telling, bring
Only
me the
value one
value
will come.
of the string of the node SCPI. Okay. Then it will
Only
bring
value one will come.
value 1.
Yeah. Correct.
The same thing, go to edit. Node is done. If you give integer also, it will work. Give the integer. Deployed. Click on send. Sorry, integer it will not throw it will not bring in because it is string. If
Yeah.
you're given a string,
Yes.
the
Yes.
same
Yes.
you give it as 1, you send,
That will come.
you will get it
Yeah.
as 1 point. Okay. Now I said about if you give node list, it will fail. Now here you will get the same thing because the list of nodes is only this one. You will get the same thing. I'll tell you about what is node list in the next example. And Boolean, it will just check if the CPI node is coming or not. If the node is coming, it will send the output of this Boolean in CPI, not only here in message mapping also. Anywhere the output of this Boolean will be true or false. Here we will not deal with 0 or 1. In Boolean, we will be dealing with true or false. The
Correct.
output of Boolean will be either true or false. If the node
Okay.
exists, it will return a true value. If it doesn't exist, it will return a false value.
Okay.
So let me deploy.
It's true.
It is true. For
Node
example,
change
now I'm
node
changing
name.
the
Yeah.
I'll change it
CPI.
as CPI, putting it as SAP.
It returns false.
I'll get as false
Yeah.
because CPI node is not coming over there.
Correct.
I can check if there's a mandatory check. I can go and check whether that particular node is coming or not coming. I can check. Okay, let me select as node list and deploy. Means you can just practice it. You can just create multiple permutations and combinations and see. And see now I'll create one more permutation. I put it as API. We'll see what happens. It is deployed and go back and just send this one. It will fail because multiple things are there. Node list will not work. Okay. I was saved somewhere. Wait 1 minute. This is done. Integer is done. Boolean is done. Node is done. And for node list, let's queue this input. You'll have it. I'll change the input value. Okay, here we'll put CPI. Okay. Now, if we're giving a list of nodes, okay, node list, I have some little confusion. I'll tell you. Okay, you're clear about the rest, right? Node, integer, string, and boolean. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, Karan, I'm there only.
Yeah. So node list I'll show you because node list is the one which will bring all the list of values. I'll show you
Yes,
in
yes,
another
yes.
example. I'll bring a complex example a little bit now. So I was
Okay.
sharing it somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
1 minute. Yeah. So this is the XML which I prepared just now and got it
Okay.
online. A proper XML format. Just check it. Okay. Here we have different tags. Okay. If you see, we have 3 records. 1, 2.
Yes, yes.
The first
Yes,
record we have a success message. The second
yes,
record we have error message. In the third
yes.
record we have again the success message. Now we
Correct.
will see like how to get this particular record outside. Like we want only the error records or we want only the success record. All these things also can be done using the filter option. Okay, it's not only like only node list node all these things. That is only just basics and fundamentals. So in the real time we will use the filter to remove the unwanted records. Okay. So to remove the unwanted records. So in this case, if you want to go with, okay, I want the records only with this one, whatever the message status is equal to success, can you pull me all the records with that? Or can you pull me the records, only the records which are error, which are having the message as error? Can you pull me
Okay.
that particular records? So those things we will see it now. Just go to CPI and remove this one, it's not required. And go to
So we are
Postman.
filtering the error records now.
Yeah, we'll go to with the error records.
Okay.
Error records means ideally we need to get only the second iteration. The first record
Sure, sure, sure.
and the third record should be filtered out.
Correct.
Okay, I have given this list here. Just I'll remove the unwanted space first. It's going back. Into Postman. I'm typing this here. So what I'm typing here, under root, if you just see here, I'm typing under root, under the record, I'm searching for the word called error. So wherever error has been made, only that particular record, I will be getting it outside. Okay. So that is why I given a root record. In the record, I'm searching for error. Okay. And here we need to give the value type as node list because there might be multiple nodes. Just save it
Yeah.
as a version. Deploy. I'm going to the Postman. I'm clicking on send. Can you see? We gave the list of records, but here in the bottom we got only one record which is having the message as error.
Correct.
So the same thing, we can just add one more record to this. We'll see. Just go to here. Let us see. We'll add one more iteration. Instead of B2B, B1B. Okay. Data issue. Just starting, we get one iteration, right? Since we are given node
Okay.
list, I'll just want to show one more. So just
Okay.
increased the input message. Now we are having a record. Okay. One and two.
Two
Right.
errors.
Just copying the message, putting to go to postman. Okay, consent. Now you'll have two records.
Yes.
Data issue, this one. This is the one, and this is the one which I have added up. So in ideally, what we can tell you is, so using filter, we can get the records. What I mean, just now I was telling you, right? We can remove the unwanted records. So let us say we are
Correct.
processing only the error records. We don't need to worry about putting our logics or coding or anything. Just use the filter, use the appropriate XPath. Everything lies with the XPath what we give here. Appropriate XPath, and select the value type, the respective value type.
So,
You will get
Karan, one query here. Let's suppose I want multiple filter conditions. So I have to
you can give.
place multiple controls over there, filter
Yes, you
options.
can give unconditions or conditions, everything you can give.
So we have to add more than one filter components.
Yes, you can give, like for an example, under record error and status equal to E or something like that. You can give it. I think I have taken that script also. Just like this.
Okay.
This script and the other one I'll show you.
Okay. So filter condition will be one only. The expression will change.
The value type will be one. Now if you see under root
Yeah.
record, earlier I just put one bracket, right? In that bracket, I'm just putting text is equal to yes and text is equal to sk both.
Okay. Got
What
it.
text here? This one. Under log, under status. For the status, I'm checking whether yes or we are having any other things.
Okay.
You see, we are given this yes, E, and somewhere let us say sk, I'll give it to.
Okay. Can you go back to that? Yes, expression. Okay. Just hold the screen here. Root record. Okay. Log. Status text. Okay. This. Okay.
I'll tell you what I've given.
Done. Understood.
Yeah, under root record, just for the log status.
Yes.
Here under the log, under status, we are checking this one, this particular thing. Status field, whatever it is, status, whenever status field is equal to yes or status field is equal to sk, and we have put a or condition. Just pull that out. If you put uncondition, we'll not get anything. I'll show you that also. Just deploy it. Just go back to Postman. You consent. Fit. Some syntax issue might be there. Let's see what is error. This codes, when you copy it online, it will change it. Now it should work. going to Postman. Yeah. Now you can see status yes and status SK. We got both the records out. The most common error in CPI which we face is, so whenever we are getting, when you refer some blocks or get some data, and when you see for the human eye, it will be exactly the same. A common mistake here is they use the single quotes, right? So earlier it will be different quote. That will create an issue. Just delete that and you give it manually.
Okay.
It will work. Not only in this expression, in most of the cases.
Do we have the escape sequences also in this? Like if there is any string in the XML template with apostrophe s in the, and single
Sorry?
quote will be treated as it will be treated. It will be taken. We have to take that as a double 2 times single quote just to just as a escape sequences.
I didn't get your question. Sorry.
Can you please go back to this XML input? Yes. So
Okay.
yes. So now just go to Postman. Just go to Postman. Okay, and just this is the input, na? Input.
Yeah, this is input.
Yes. So in input, let's say there is uh, down. Can you go to that SK wala? SK.
Yeah.
Yes. So let us suppose there is S apostrophe KA. K. S single quote K. Now I have to search this thing.
That will be a little bit tricky. If you give here, sometimes it will fail. For that, we
No,
have some rejects
because
expressions.
this single quote will act as a termination of the string now.
Yes, that's what we have some rejects expressions like that's a little tricky and complex one. So we
Okay.
search it in the Java libraries only for those scripts. Regular expressions we call reject scripts.
Okay, regex will be used.
Yeah, rejects expressions.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Like for this one, whatever you're telling. So
Yes,
earlier, what I
yes,
was
yes.
telling you, one similar thing. I'll tell you. This one. This one, if you see, if you want to, when we use this replace script, if you want to reuse the replace script for products, it will work straightforward. But when we
Yes,
want
yes,
to use
yes.
this one, this open and close tags, it will mislead the system. So again, those slash, this single quotes, double quotes, all these things will come into picture, adding extra
Mm-hmm.
text. So the same way, now whatever you're telling, like if you give this S single quote K,
Yeah.
it will not work.
Okay.
Again, we need to search online, like how to overcome this. Let's see, like this. This will
Chicken.
fail.
Done.
Some other script we need to give, and we need to search it. Okay. Let me save it as a version.
Okay.
So this is all about the filter, and just reiterate. The filter is very much important. So node list, it will give the list of nodes. The same thing, if you give node, it will not work. Okay, node means only the particular, whatever the node you are giving, it will bring that particular node. And if you want to bring the value of a field which you are giving, and if it is in a string, you can select string, it will work. If you want to get in any way numerical value, you can select as integer. And in case you want to check, okay, I want to check whether any particular field or the node has come or not, whether that particular node has been existing or not in the XML message, you can select the Boolean. So the output of the Boolean in CPI will always be either true or false. It is not 0 or 1. It is only as true or false only. Okay.
Got it.
That is one thing. And keep in mind, the input of the filter should be an XML message only. You cannot send any other message. We have
Correct.
other pilot options also. Whenever it comes, I'll tell you. So as of now, it is filter and message mapping and the splitter also. Okay. So these things should be, sorry, splitter, you can send it. No, you just take that word back. So filter and message mapping needs the XML my input in an XML format of the only.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, any other small topic for the day? Okay, I'll tell you about simulation. since if you are practicing now, apart from this logger, you have one more topic called simulation. As a high level, I'll tell you today. So if you want to do any simulation, see by default, it will be disabled. You can see, let us think. I have deployed everything. So by default, it will be disabled. In production also, you can do it. You do the simulation. If you are doing simulation, it will not pass to the target system. Okay. So whenever you're doing the simulation, if you can just select this option, select it here and select it here. This will be, I'm telling you, select here, start, select here, end, and you can just select the, if you want to give the input value, whatever the postman you're giving, you can just give it here itself. Control C, Control V, okay. And you can just simulate this function here itself. Testing the iFlow, now just close it. See, if you want to test, I mean, since it is practice classes, I'm just telling you every time we are triggering the message. But whenever you're developing, so you don't need to do all every time trigger the iFlow. Or that is one case, or in the BIU cases, you don't need to do if you want to test in production. Instead of sending
Yes.
from the source to target, you have, let us think you have 15 options or 20 options, pilot options, I mean to say. You don't need to,
Yes.
you just want to just narrow down the error. We need to find out where exactly it is going wrong. So in that cases, you can test block by block or in a series of blocks. Simulation, just telling how to just checking. If you want to test the simulation, you can see by default this will be disabled either in edit mode or normal mode. This will not be enabled. If you want to enable
Okay.
this, just select this tip of the arrow mark in the connector. Just select
Mm-hmm.
here. You will get these options.
Okay.
1 minute. Just select this tip. One minute. Okay. This is the start point of this. You can see simulation
Okay.
start point. Just click it here. And wherever you want to stop the simulation, just select it here. Not only here, in between you have many other options also. Just select
Yes.
it here and just put the simulation endpoint.
Okay.
And if you trigger it, it will just come. I mean, just check the simulation. I mean, filter. You want to give the input value. Just if you see the play button, right? Just select
Uh-huh.
it here. Third step. Here you
Okay.
give the input value here.
Okay.
Whatever you're giving in Postman, you can directly give the input value here.
Okay.
So now I have given the input value. And now if you want to run the simulation, now if you see the option is enabled in the top. Now I am going to run the simulation. If you want to run the simulation, it is here. Okay, if you want to cancel the simulation, you can cancel the simulation here. So I want to run the simulation, just clicking on run.
Got it.
So this will tell you whether your whatever you're giving filter, whether it is working or not. It's need not like every time you go and trigger from Postman or every time you trigger the flow. It is just like time waste. Okay, we can just focus on the filter. So now our filter, whatever the input we have given, it has given the output. If it is in green means it is successfully processed. Now we can see the output here itself. In the body, we can see what filter has did. Okay. This is without disturbing the existing iFlow, not even in edit mode. I mean, even you don't have the edit access also. In normal access only, you can just see it. How the functions are performing.
Yes.
Okay.
It
And
will
this
act as
filter,
a debugging for the
yes, exactly. This will be a very helpful feature. This was also added in last year, I think.
okay.
In 1 year back, they were added this simulation option. Earlier, we were not having. So you can
Okay.
test block by block or in a series of blocks. And this
Mm-hmm.
simulation, it is restricted for 10 blocks at a time, 10 palette
Okay.
options. So you use 20 palette options. You cannot put simulation for all 20 at a time. It will not accept. So at a time, you can test for 10 in a sequence.
10 pallets or 10 blocks?
10 palette blocks or palettes, both are same.
Okay.
If you use content modifier, converter, all the massive mapping, all these things, you want to
Yes.
test, you
Yes.
can test from 1 to 9 or again from 10 to 18. Likewise, you can go on testing one by one.
So this 10 is the limit for trial version only, or in the production
No,
live
no,
instance
production
also?
in the real,
Okay.
in the real. In the real also,
Okay.
maximum you can go for 10 in a sequence.
Okay.
Okay. And here,
Yeah.
if you see, you can add the headers and properties also. See certain options. You see now, if you see for filter, we have directly declared the value. Yes, we can, instead of yes, we can give dollar property dot property name.
Okay.
Okay, instead of SK, you can give dollar header dot header name. So then
Yes,
we need to
yes,
send the
yes.
header and property. Otherwise, the simulation will not work. In such cases, what you do, you go and give the header and property here. Whatever header name, header value, property name, property value. Then you
Okay.
can simulate it.
Using
Because
Camel response.
certain palette options will require the header and property. Certain will not require. So wherever it's required, you can give the header and property. You can simulate. You can run the simulation. You can clear the simulation. If it is green, it is success. If it is red, then we'll know, okay, at this particular point of time, my message, whatever I'm expecting, it is not coming in the right format.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm done for the day, I think.
No, I think it's fine.
We have covered, to summarize, we have covered the converters, starting with XML to CSV, CSV to XML, JSON to XML, and XML to JSON. And post that we saw this converter, the encoders and decoders, base 64, encoders, decoder, gzip compression, gzip decompression, gzip, zip compression, zip z compression, gzip compression, gzip decompression, MIME encoder and MIME decoder. And I explained you about the logger script, which you can use it in the day-to-day practicing, like how we can see it in the attachment of a file. There is no limit for any logger thing, like you can use wherever it is required. But ideally, when it moves to product till the SIT phase, you can use it. When you move to the production phase, you can minimize the number of loggers. And whenever it's not required, you can disable it. And not recommended to use to store a huge amount of data in CPI using logger, because that is why they have given it as an optional feature. Otherwise, they would have given, SAP would have given as a standard feature to save it as an attachment. Since it is not recommended, they gave us an optional using Groovy script. And post that I have shown you, I have discussed about the most important option called filter, starting with node list, node, integer, string, and boolean. Depending on the XPath and the value type we give, the output of the XML message differs. The input of the filter should always be XML only. Okay. And I've shown you about the simulation also. Without deploying the IFlow, even in production system also, we can see the simulation from one point to the other point. So the number of palette options in simulation will be is limited to a maximum of 10 palette options. If you want to do for let us think 100 options, go in a batches of 9 or 10. Okay, in the simulation, we also have the option of giving the headers and properties if the palette options which we are simulating requires a header or property.